Good morning. All right. What was the news this morning? So we're just, that's, so Michael Burry tweeted in the pre-market and the market dropped. SPX opening up at around 4. Let's see here. Picks up a little bit this morning. It's looking pretty stable around 40.15. Good morning, everyone. Okay. A little bit of liquidity for GME in the pre-market. Most of the liquidity that GME got back in the pre-market this morning looks to have come when the indices dropped. So Sava did some weird shit this morning. Did anybody see that? I don't know what happened there, but it went from like 41 to 27 and then back to 33. Fubo doing some weird shit at open. No top hat or monocle today. No, I didn't. I didn't have one. Posty. I'm sorry. Rig halted. Okay. Clinical results for Sava, were they bad or were they just nothing? Visa halted? Really? What? Were their earnings like insane or something? Neo halt? AT&T? Teledoc? Shopify? Zom? Sony? No, not Spy. What the fuck is going on? They're halting the market to pay us. uh Well, it looks like the market's opening and people buying a lot of stuff. AMC halted? Holy shit. Where's our halt? I want halts. SMR is halted. Is Dillard's halted or just not trading? That's just not trading. Okay. Good morning. Our halt's gonna be the biggest haul ever. It's gonna be huge. Okay. Morning, man. 6 to midnight. I'm not halted. I'm bricked. Nice. Bobby up 20%. GME Weekly's just jacked IV up. I saw that. Neo Palantir. Ooh. I'm gonna be able to sell Palantir cover calls again. Your thesis for this OPEX broke the market. Imagine everything being due everywhere all at once. Crazy. The only thing that one cannot account for is the power at the switches. It's intangible. Freaking V halted? Yeah, it did. Was everything halt on anybody's bingo card? T-Dot candle halt on open. Yeah, I know. Oxyzon, PBR shell rig, all halted? The fuck? Halt down. Eli Lilly halted. Say it, Dad, Moana. This is starting to sound more like a market crash. Yeah, I know AMC's halted. UPS halted. Volmageddon Part 2. Huh. Yeah, I know we're all having fun joking, but do you have any idea what's happening? I mean, it's nigh apocalyptic. Why are so many fucking stocks halting? This is very odd. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I want to say earnings, but no, probably not earnings. I didn't accidentally predict MOASS. I wouldn't do something like that. Something's wrong. Thanks, Dave. MasterCard halted. Burry finally got it right on the 7,653rd time. RC halted the market so Pulte could buy all your shares. Shit. Is this all because of Freg yesterday? It could be. Freg might be back. Morgan Stanley took a dump. I just lost like 4K on MasterCard. I'm sorry to hear that. How much cash does Citadel have on hand? I mean, a lot. I don't know, like 50 billion or something like that. Liquid. Depends which branch of Citadel. They all have their own money. Would now be a good time to put some limit orders at 10,000? No? Baba, massive move, no halt. Actually, still halted. RevRQ close to $1. Time to enter vol positions on VIX. Maybe. I don't know. VIX isn't moving a lot right now. What a fun morning. What SPX positions do you currently have after yesterday? I have some puts like for March. I was gonna buy some more calls this morning, but now I don't know what I want. Everything's halting. All the triple deferred ETFs buying at the same time. Is this happening because the tips touched on Upstart? That's possible. Yeah, Upstart looks quite good right now, I'm aware. SPY and SPX diverging. PMI data today at 9:45. Yeah. Flash, it's just like the flash PMI report. Huh. What a fun morning. I didn't expect to wake up to this. Did Fluffy time out the market? Can you give us the verbal daily DD? I didn't have anything to say, really, that I haven't said 5,000 times already. I was about to go back to bed, but now I'm bricked. This is definitely an interesting morning. SPY gonna halt? No. Thoughts on PMI? Positive, negative? Services might move up. Manufacturing might move down. No, it doesn't. I mean, frankly, it's not that important. But yeah, I guess we'll see how it turns out. And Upstart just doesn't give a fuck. I would agree with the Volmageddon thing, but fucking VIX is locked at like $20, like $20.25. I don't know if it should be jacked, horrified, or calling my mom crying. I'm not really sure either, Carl. Friendometer halted? Shit. Thanks, Rims and Tims. RevRQ can't halt. This is Color Geddon. Hmm. I have no idea. I've never used E-Trade. Upstart might be setting up a rounded bottom breakout on the daily. It's got a few more confluences to go, but some of the elements are there. Riding until Valhalla, Riku BMG. Riku, Jesus. Well, this is fun. V halted for a bit. Shop, MasterCard all halted too. Staying on CNBC, a lot of strange prices, bullish as fuck. You forgot to put Guybrush on the screen. I didn't forget anything. Verizon halted earlier. What is going on? I think it was a data tech problem. It's an awfully widespread problem. My tinfoil says the shorts are trying to shut down the exchange to prevent settling. It's not working. What's Gamma Max on Upstart and GMA? Yeah, I'll post it. Oh, I love it when crazy shit happens. Those are always my favorite days. Well, this is looking very OPEX-y. Hmm. Upstart's still only 500,000 volume. Awesome. GME only 300,000. Also due to exchange related issues. Spreads on 4050 4030C is wildly gappy. Mother of all halts, it ain't OPEX until Fubo at 250. Bid ask on 217.50s just went from 30 cents to 22 to 50, from 22 to 55. What day are this technicals from for GME Upstart? Yesterday. Yeah, all the API issues are resolved with these, or they should be. Gert King Pickle, Champion of the Poor's, Centaur of Wall Street. Dad, the knowledge gained from the stream has the potential to change lives. Thanks. Thanks, Axe Capital. The Emma just flash crashed to buy in lower prices. I think ETF orders all hit the tape around the market and halted a bunch of shit. Maybe. Like the fucking stream, people. I'll be right back. Okay, that's okay. I'm back. He's not coming back till we all hit the like button. It's a good idea. Okay. That new sheep guy on Discord is definitely emergency exit, right? Supposedly not. He's got a different thumb, right? He's got a different thumb. And his forearms aren't as thick. Emergency exit has very thick, sinewy forearms, almost like bound ropes. It's from jerking off all the hobbits in the Shire. Sorry, other New Zealand people, but you know it's true. Be honest with me, is 40-50 in the cards today? I don't know. Maybe? A little early. Hobbits in New Zealand say like the Dans in New York. Anyone know what the fuck is going on with E-Trade? I don't, Batbones, but welcome back from your shadow ban. ATP having some issues this morning as well. Why is it when all this shit goes down with other brokerages, WeBull's just fine? I don't have any issues right now with IBKR either. At least as far as I can tell. Lie to me is $100 in the cards for both Upstart and GME today. Absolutely fucking not. What would happen if a hobbit put the Ring of Power on their Zenith? Did you mean to write Zenith? Were you making like a settlement joke? How are they not connected to the New York Stock Exchange? Because they're not connected to the New York Stock Exchange? What is it? That's on Savo with the real trial data that came out today. I have no idea. If it's really bad, uh like bear spreads are good, but don't forget the effect of OPEX on Sava. It could still be rather significant. And most of that pre-market price movement was just yep. That's what I'm it was like 100,000 shares. The data on Sava is not bad at all, actually. Ooh, bullish. Where did it go? Is it worth too much money now? Oh, there it is. Well, the market's not being nice to it. So their Alzheimer's disease work, or like their Alzheimer's drug works, and their stock price is going down. It seems like an extremely high success rate for this is wrong or something. 47% of patients improved on ADAS cognition over 1 year. This group improved by 4.7 points. That seems significant, right? And halted the decline in another group. And the drug was safe and well tolerated. I don't get it. Are they just shorting the shit out of it right now? High price target for GME if it runs. Well, right now, Gamma Max 10-15%, right? That's what we'd be looking at. So it's like almost $30. Market's having a nice recovery through this gap fill here. Still no volume. Even less than normal. I don't know what's going on with Sava. I feel like the stock price should be doing a lot better than it is. Some other actors could enter the competition. Sure. But generally when like pharmaceutical stocks have good results like that, their stock price skyrockets. Mm. Sava's got a lot of volatility shorts. It's one of the few stocks that's like super correlated with the basket. Like few pharmaceutical stocks that's got high correlation. Oh, yeah, it might be shorts repositioning. It's I know it's really heavily shorted. Made some money, lost it, so here's what's left again. In the event of a market crash, is it best to use your hands to cover your oh jeez. Hold on, I can't read that. Is it best to use your hands to cover your balls or raise them in the air like you would on a roller coaster? Roller coaster. But in all seriousness, what the fuck was that? Margin call and liquidation? Hashtag ZOM130. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck that was. That was an interesting market open. I'm surprised Jimmy and Upstart or like Fubo didn't halt. Fubo almost did. Or maybe it should have. Like, isn't this candle a 10% move or 15% move? Yeah, I feel like Fubo should have halted. Shit kind of went crazy there. It was odd. Uh Thank you, Lawrence of Arabia. Ko-Fi earlier is true that information in the stream can change lives. For example, just a year ago I had money. Now I collect bull mayo behind a Wendy's dumpster. Well, at least you made a career out of it though. Right, Nesquick? CNBC halts were due to technical errors. I don't know. I, I generally don't believe anything CNBC says. Alright, so they're using up their pre-market liquidity pretty hard right now. Shorting into the market drop. Let's see. Ooh. They're burning up their liquidity on Upstart pretty quick. So, test of the long-term trend on ES. Big sell-off. Might find stability here. Let me check out the SPX levels, see what this is looking like, because it's a bit wild this morning too. Alright, Gamma flip 3987, so we're still above that. It looks like we have some solid support at 4,000. A lot of put volume built up on the downside, like 3970, 60, 50, 20, 10. Yeah, 3910, 3920, sorry. And then 40, 20, 40, 40, 40, 50 call side. Interesting. Not really near any of that right now. A little bit of like 0 DT put volume coming in at 4,000. But 39.80, nothing. It's a lot of gaps. Time to buy upstart weeklies. Maybe. Do you know the cumulative 4-week new high low chart for the entire stock market? TC2000 has something called T2123, which is exactly what I'm looking for on TradingView. No. Or at least I don't know what it'd be called. Would you like to join my hedge fund, Bulls Hit Financial? We're totally legit. Fubo candle only 7.5%. Okay. I don't know how far you can go into not financial advice, but a friend is opening a hedge fund and I'm looking to buy in. I have no idea how to value anything but stonks and 510 weeklies. What do? Probably don't help him run it. Is someone doing some buying on GME 2130 to 2175? I don't know. What do you think of PPI? PPI is not out yet. You mean the PMI data? Is that far outside of expectations? Services up a little bit, above forecast. Yeah. And the PMI data is not actually that bad. Output's down, but business confidence at a 4-month high. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look that bad. Technical issues seem like guy at NYSE fat fingered the halt button. I don't know, I don't think so. We were running any significance for OPEX. It could be significant, although Bobby's getting hammered with the downturn in the market too. And is it really running? I mean, it's up like fucking 20 cents from its pre-market. Oh, I guess it was at like $3, under $3 yesterday. So it's up like 30 cents, 34 cents. I don't know. We'll see. It could be. It could just be them trying to get it off Reg Show now. It's still on Reg Show, right? IV going up on my calls. I'm having an opposite issue. US manufacturing PMI 46.8 versus 42, 46, 46.6, 47. Okay. As in, how do I DD at a fund level to determine how much? I'm fairly sure they wouldn't want my help. They know what a degen I am. Yeah, they probably. I'm gonna say they probably don't want your help. Are you an accredited investor? Can you like buy in? Have you checked the Sava chain? It's all over the place. Or Saxa is still having pricing issues. I don't know if the options chain on Sava is all over the place or not. It might be. It usually has some pretty crazy spreads. The volatility on Sava is generally very high. Let me see. Sava back at 30 now. And the spreads are wide, but that's because open interest is fairly low. Where is all the open interest? I have open interest at 35. It's a little bit all over the place. He still has some like. Let's see what else. VIX picking up to 2050. Yes, moving to test 4,000. Huh. Futures look like they're stabilizing a bit here at like 4,005. Fuck, vol's kind of high. All right. What's liquidity on Upstart like? They've used up a lot of it already. There's not very much left. GME, not so much. They still have about half of what they got in the pre-market. I prefer the run part over the crash back down. That would be ideal, yeah. Sava looks like it's gonna maybe recover here. It's kind of interesting. Fubo, Jimmy, like these have all moved kind of back to where they opened, which may have some significance. Although the market's significantly below where it opened right now. Yeah. What's crude doing? Yeah, crude's recovering. NASDAQ. They're kind of fucking around. Dixie's up. Euro and the pound are down. Yeah, futures are definitely getting a push here. Found some support at least. Could you swing the correlation between VIX and SPX right now? They are mildly correlated. Like the VIX is pulling back a little bit with futures rising. Um, Correlation with the SPX isn't as strong. This is an interesting morning. I'm trying to look at some of these stocks that got halted. It looks like a lot of like market open orders triggered halts, like volatility halts. Like the bid, it kind of looks like the bid ask just got blown up everywhere. One second. All right. Whether the recent BTC pump may be tied to FAA grounding of all plans, saying that the pump may be a result of buying BTC to pay ransom for SW that went down. What? NYSE said it was a technical issue with their equipment. Uh, does their equipment buy a lot of stock? Any significance in Jimmy being directly inverse to Bobby? There could be. I don't think they are, right? Jimmy down 1% today, Bobby up 14. I don't know where you're getting inverse from. NYSE has resolved their pricing issues. Huh. There's a lot of fucking stocks that halted it open, man. It was weird, like all of oil. Like, sure, technical errors and all, but this doesn't look like that, right? Because it would have just been everything if that was the case. Why is it like every single oil stock halted? Or do they have all their halts for oil on the same hotkey? Yeah, I don't buy that at all. Signal of a black swan? I don't know. I mean, something. You expect some huge trade froze the entire market? I mean, that's what we'd want to see today, right? Theoretically, right? Like say they're shorting vol everywhere and all these fucking ETFs, right? And all these ETFs are due on the same day, and they just place orders at market open, and then all of a sudden everything halts, right? Like I don't know. It kind of, if it didn't make so much sense with like what our current thesis is, right? Then I would probably be less suspicious of it. I successfully didn't buy the top today. Nice, man. That's super awesome. You remember when they froze options on all the stocks starting with letters like G? Yeah, I do. SPX 4055, here we come. I hope so. Occam's razor. Yeah. Now that NYSE fixed the issue, everything can rip now. With vol shorts, I've had a long short on oil and wanted to get out of that before making us all make massive white. I don't know about that, Mr. Poopy Pants. You think Buffett is rug pulling me on Oxy? No, but I think he'll buy more at like $54. The only other time all flights were grounded was 9/11. SW equals software. Government had to buy BTC to pay ransom to get encryption key, which started the pump, then FOMO kicked in. 10, but possible. Man, the government's not going to pay ransom to hackers, and there's no way the government finds out about anything without it leaking to the press. I would like to report my computer malfunctioning on Freg's day. Noted, send a support ticket. I'm really good at buying the top and selling the bottom, so now I only trade puts. Okay. Why is BTU down again? How much is it down? I don't think it's moved that much. It's down like 50 cents because its price fluctuates. There's a reason I bought calls for April. SPX is highly volatile today. It's, you mean fun? The word you were looking for is fun, dork. VIX and SPY both trending up. No, VIX trending down. SPX trending up. What an odd day. Huh. I'm starting gapping all over the place now. Spread's pretty wide. GME spread's pretty wide. Ooh, dork. You see this? Where's JFresh? VIX and SPX are correlated slightly, not very much. Trading with limited settled cash, so I really get one entry each day. This messes with my psychology when setting stops. Earlier I was up about 30%, but set no stops because hope we're running hard later. I mean, we still could. It's the market's only been open for like 50, not even 47 minutes. If the theory is correct, we should see other basket stocks running. Yes. When Jamie engaged Rocket Booster, I don't know. See what happens at 10:30. Come on, Dark Pool Dump. Yeah, were these sorts of volatility price anomalies present the morning of the sneeze? Um, there were a lot of halts that morning. I don't know if it was as widespread as this. Could they have found a way to can't kick certain obligations? I don't believe the halts were coincidence. We'll see. Last week you got excited looking at Fubo tips. Still feeling that way? Yeah, I actually still like Fubo's potential. It looks kind of fun. I made some homemade meatballs last night. Had them over and had them over an al dente linguine. Ooh, nice. My puts keep going up in price, even though SPX is trending up. Interesting. Let me see what positioning is starting to look like here. Nope, not yet. 2 more minutes. Futures are looking kind of good. Futures might move up and retest the trend. I'm just gonna consolidate. Okay, VIX is still stable, just above 20. Market finished squat, maybe. Are you seeing those odd lots on GME? Yeah. More importantly, are you seeing the spread on GME? It's I don't know which one's more accurate, but IBKR's order book showing it between like 12 and 6 cents. And then WeBull seems to be a little bit tighter between like 5 and 7 cents. Have they used all the liquidity that they had on GME yet? No. But a decent amount of it. I'd say about. They didn't get a lot this morning, surprisingly. At least significantly less than yesterday and the day before. About like 60% of it so far, roughly. Upstart, they've used quite a bit more. Maybe like 75% of upstarts. They might see them try to get a little bit more here out of the ETFs. Although it doesn't really seem like they're getting much out of the ETFs on Upstart right now. They might have topped them, but Upstart 1.5 million volume. Jimmy at 800,000? What the fuck? Most people understand the concept of liquidity being used for something other than to short the fuck out of the stock. Yeah, liquidity is used for a lot of other stuff too. It can be used to satisfy buy orders on the DMM side, right? It can be used to satisfy hedging from the market makers. It can be used to satisfy OCC collateral from sold calls that move in the money. How much volume did we see on March OPEX by Tuesday on GME? I think we didn't start running till like 10 or 11, or like 10:30 or 11, something like. I know we started running hard around like the middle of the day. You want to know what's even weirder than the markets say? I noticed the blue shirt yesterday. Are you wearing the same clothes 2 days in a row, bro? No. I just have 3 of these shirts. And they're on top of my drawer. Ow. Liquidity is used to make white. Change my mind. I mean, it can be. It can be used to make white. It's a wonderful shirt. Where can I get one? Costco? So you're an ETF manager, put in an order, halted a large segment of the market. Do you change your order or send it for another time or what? I mean, you can put it into you can put it in through dark pools if it's large enough. See what you can satisfy in dark pools and then hit the lit exchange with the rest when the dark pool settles out. Solid drug states data results do not constitute regulatory evidence of safety or efficacy. Phase 3 studies are ongoing. Okay. Do you wear Kirkland jeans? Fuck no. But Costco sells t-shirts in like 2-packs, and you get 2 colors. So I have like 4 colors of t-shirts in one drawer. And I just have like 5, like 3 to 5 of each color. And then I put them in the drawer side by side. Is that shirt velour? No. Why would I wear a velour shirt? I mean, now that I say that, I wonder why I wouldn't. Good question. Did you set stops on GME calls? No. Look at how far apart to set your limit from your stops. It depends on how volatile the underlying is and how wide the spread is on the option you're trading. When would you expect the bar rate to drop on Upstart and GME if it were indeed NOPEX? Have we had a NOPEX where the bar rate remained elevated and then dropped after? No. Not without the realization of volume. Who put these weeklies in my account? It must be a glitch. Nice. What happened to Bob Smith? Did he have a kid or did he sell too many vols to Bobby holders and is laying low? I don't know. If we run hard today, do you expect to continue to run tomorrow and Thursday? I'm trying to think about potential exit strat for the first OPEX I'm actually doing well with. If we run hard, yeah, then I would expect the run to have a continuation. Don't be a velourist. What's that? I don't hate velour. I don't have any suede bed sheets. I have a laundry service. God, all gas, no brakes, bullish. Be you bye. Thanks, BMG. I'm seeing 0 block orders on Gmail today, not even opening auction. Other basket stocks have them like normal. Weird. Interesting. I don't know. We'll see what happens. What do you think of VN on GME at 0? It's a bit strange. No crushed velvet shirts? No. I have a I have like a velvet vest. Or maybe that's actually suede. I have a suede vest. It doesn't fit around my midriff anymore because fat, but it did once and I looked great in it. You know, that may have been the most centaurish look I've ever pulled off. Was that vest, no shirt. Just leave it unbuttoned. With no context, that was the weirdest sentence. I don't hate velour. I don't have suede bed sheets. I have a laundry service. Yeah. Well, I mean, there is for people. Imagine that there's people listening in and not reading the chat. It must be very odd for them. Sounds like a knockoff Aladdin. It's sort of, yeah. Can you pull it off now, please? No. No, my vest isn't Kirkland's signature. I think it's John Varvatos. It's still odd, even with the chat. How do your floors hold up to constant hoof action? Pretty well. You think that certain APs might have flooded the market, opening orders to force halts to lower price action? E.g., legalized crime. Maybe. Who wins in battle, Goku or Superman? I don't know. I've never really watched Dragon Ball Z or Naruto, so don't ask me about them. That was the worst thing you ever said. Is it? Are you sure? I like Jimmy's chart. It looks like a heartbeat. Yeah, but then the patient died. Cashmere banana hammock. Sudden shift is weird. Audio only. Market going crazy. Velour. Yeah, well, you know how we get. As soon as volume drops off, we stop talking about stocks. Any anime you do watch? Not really. I've watched like I've watched some of like the important ones because people have asked me to, but it's not really my thing. I don't know, like Akira. I've seen Princess Mononoke. Nice, so you dated a goth girl. More like several e-girls, but sure. I've turned 3K into 20K in like 2 weeks, just scalping 20 to 30% on SPX zero DTEs. Yeah, that's pretty much how that goes. If you take $1,000 on SPX and hit $20 runners 7 times in a row, you end up with like $250,000. But you have to hit all 7 times. I used to do it in paper accounts for fun, and then I did it in real accounts. The problem is once you hit $250,000, you're like, oh, I can keep doing this, and then you miss. Also, the success rate's only like 42 to 47%. It's pretty low. It's just gambling, basically. Studio Ghibli movies from back in the day are amazing. They really do a great job of transporting you to another beautiful universe with the scenery. Yeah, but I don't take a lot of psychedelics like you, Dork. So for me, I'm like, oh, it's Japanese Disney. What have you done to me? What are some of your favorite credit card benefits? For example, one of mine is Amex Plum Card that allows you 60-day payback at no extra cost. Another city with 2% cashback on everything. I think I have like a 3% cashback card. And then my Amex, uh, I think it's just 30 days. I don't really like credit cards very much. I saw Cowboy Bebop. It was pretty good. You can't even suspend your cynicism for a movie. I can't ever suspend it. It doesn't turn off, dork. Calling it out. No new lows today. Up from here, mostly because I unexpectedly have to get my children from school. All right. My favorite credit card buff is the hundreds in interest I'm paying to maintain my current stock position. Oh Jesus. Yeah, I saw Lowers tweet. Don't you have the Costco City card? I think so. I have the Costco credit card. I don't. Is it Citibank? I never looked. I'm not gonna get into credit card hacking. What a fucking waste of my time. What was supposed to happen at 10:30? Nothing necessarily. With sometimes dark pool dumps. Have in the money options so nice on days like this. Probably helps, yeah. Have you heard of the Berserk series? It's a masterpiece. I have heard of it. I've never read it though. Did Freg actually return? I don't know. Did he? Put my wedding on it and made half back. Okay. Costco City. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a couple Costco's here. Who would win in a fight? Scooby Doo versus Yosemite Sam. I I don't know. Hey Girk, I saw that you forgot to turn on the volume button on your BlackRock control room. I just pressed it, so hopefully that helps Jimmy in the middle of the day. We'll see. Don't we normally OPEX don't normally on OPEX see other basket stocks running earlier, or maybe I'm remembering wrong. Sometimes we do. I mean, Bobby ran last week. A few of the other basket stocks have already run quite a bit. Some have only run a little. I would say so far Bobby is the most notable one, volume wise. I don't know if my expenses are that high every year. They've sent me offers for it before, but it's like not worth maintaining with the fees. Nope, I don't know anything about it, Chip. Yosemite Sam will absolutely dust Scooby Doo with that smoke wagon. All right, who'd win in a cage fight, Buffett or Munger? Munger. He's like more aggressive. Trying to settle a debate between friends. How many chuggas before the choo choo? 3. Do you think it's more likely that we see price action tomorrow, given that it is T5 from the 18th? Possibly. 8, 6, 2, 4. It's 8 chuggas? That's too many. Chuggas come in 2, they hit twice. Also, didn't May just take off right at market open Wednesday? Yeah. Lives lives in arguably the most expensive city in the U.S. Girk, yeah, my expenses aren't that high over here. Every Midwesterner falling out of their hay bale. I mean, they're not 250,000 a year. Maybe like 100K, 125K a year. I took the grunts to an indoor water park this weekend with SLD profits. All I could think about Saturday at the park was all the waste exits with no bidets in the site, sharing the same water. Oh, I'm sorry. Eggs in a basket with brioche is delicious. All right. Eight feels wrong. What about 5? Don't any of you know how a locomotive works? I mean, I would assume that a locomotive would just chugga because the choo choo isn't necessary, right? You don't need to blast the horn. So it would just be like thousands of chuggas before approaching like an intersection where a choo choo was necessary. Classic Greg saying odd numbers and chuggas are only even. Is the train going up an incline or on a level surface? We haven't determined the trajectory of the train yet. I probably wouldn't be worth it if you don't travel a lot. Most of the Centurion Black membership perks work best for people traveling constantly and entertaining guests at restaurants. I don't do any of those things. Hundreds of people slowly saying chugga and counting with their fingers. Thousands, dork. Feel for the first 75 minutes of price action helped us build the support lines of the day. I'm looking at you, Upstart. We'll see. We're about to. We just broke VWAP on GME, and we're about to break VWAP on Upstart. This is exciting shit. Ooh. Let me see what SPX positioning is starting to look like now. All right, a little better. Pretty decent amount of call volume to the upside, and 4,000 puts look like they're getting smoked. Uh, Tons of puts bought below 4,000. Like, people got real bearish this morning, buying all the way down to like 39.20. Oh, fuck. All right. Our upside's kind of weak unless we hit 40.20. So like 40.10, 40.15, not very strong, not terrible. But we definitely want to test like 40.20 if we want to see a big move up today. And if we do, we look pretty good up to like 40.45, 40.45. Interesting. When we hit 40.20, we'll see, right? Most Reddit posts are just rip-offs of other Reddit posts on W. I wouldn't worry about it so much. As bears everywhere freaked out about the Burry tweet, a beautiful shining bald head in the crowd of the NYSE slowly turned around and gave a pearly grin. David Solomon, my new stunk daddy. Quick note for those using E-Trade and having issues. E-Trade Pro, although not flashy, is working great and no bugs today. Power E-Trade, not so much. Interesting. Well, there you have it, everyone. We just in a chant 40, 40, 40, 40, 20, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 20. I don't like this. Ooh. Upstart liquidity almost gone. Jimmy liquidity getting there. We're getting ready for some fun times. Um, yes, consolidating against resistance. VIX now below 20. What about Fubo liquidity? Oh, like intraday? I have no idea. I don't know if I have that set up. I guess I could. Give me a second. Oh, this set up. Never mind. I don't usually watch its intraday liquidity very much. It's got quite a lot left. And they got quite a lot this morning. It trades more volume than the other two, but yeah, right now it's still got plenty of liquidity. Fubo is very liquid. Don't forget. The Fort Checka crowd is impatient. That's why you're all bad traders. $1,440 viewers, 720 likes, 50% of disrespect shame. Clench teeth. Tyson must know tendies are in high demand. I choose you, Gurk. Thanks, Sticky Pickle. I feel like the amount of chuggas should be proportionate to the size of the trend being represented. Interesting. Sorry, but what mean for the poll? We're talking about chuggas and choo-choos? Like how many chuggas before a choo-choo? Is a chugga each? Are we counting individual chuggas or is it like chugga? Is it a group? No, stop it with the stock talk. We're trying to figure out chuggas. Like one chugga equals one chugga? That sounds like nonsense. It should be like chugga. Like a chugga is one instance of chugga. Like it's its own set, right? Even if a choo-choo is unnecessary, I thought they were talking about the operation of an actual locomotive and not the imitating of choo-choo train for entertaining toddlers. But we're not entertaining toddlers. We're entertaining full-grown adults. Clip for congressional inquiry. That's insane. This is insane. Trains are diesel electric. Well, chuggas would be a chugga is a half well, each chugga is a quarter note, and then the choo is two half notes, right? So chew 1 2, chew 1 2, right? It's 8. I swear on my Costco membership card. GG just did a press release. All chuggas and stream likes will be deferred until we see a bolometer. No, that's too bad. Anyone else hear the old retro Batman tune when they start counting chuggas? Just me? Am I old? I don't remember that. Walmart McDonald's dropping into a halt this morning. Worrisome. Jamie gets shorted into Narnia. We're all good. Clearly they haven't played Diablo 2. Chugga based on incline. So more chuggas, the steeper the slope. I think we're trying to figure out how many points are on the line, though. Chugga is like too aggressive. Like a 3 set of chuggas now. That's unacceptable. I know what you're saying, Carl, and the answer is 0. Breaking news: BBBY, now a tech company, breaking into the streaming industry, signed exclusive deal with Mary Kondo to fold towels live. Marie Kondo? I don't know who that is, but good for them. I did a Monte Carlo analysis on Chugga Chugga, and using ChatGPT and advanced microneurology testing and geographically based predisposition on the amount before a choo choo and got back no you. All right, well, fuck. Yeah. There you go, Carl. I hope that does it for you. What if the third chugga is a half note though? Hold on. What if it's like chugga 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 chugga? No, that sounds fucking weird. Yeah, no, that doesn't work. How many chuggas does the SPX need to get to 4050? And how many licks before Carl can get hard for his wife again? Three chugga trains are clearly European. Fucking metric system. 1 + 1 + 2 + 1. 4 chugged times 4 is the answer. A locomotive, also known as a train engine, makes a chugging sound as it moves. The rate of the chugging sound, or chugga chugga, as you put it, can vary depending on the speed of the train. Upstart volume going up a little bit. I see that. I'd prefer it to go up much, much more. It's, well, it's 10. Let's not get into the metric definition of chuggas. Hey, Greek, any opinion on when there are cover stories when we run? For example, we ran hard once in after hours due to the NFT marketplace story leak. I'm a little sus because no cover story now. I mean, we don't need one. Everyone did what Market Watch wanted and forgot GME. Even Market Watch. What caused this morning turbulence? Was it chugga chuggas and choo choo? It was just too many back to back choo choos. They choo chooed so much they blew all the steam out of the engine, and then the market couldn't chugga for a minute. How much chug could a train chug chug if a train chug could chug chew? That's not bad. Nice one. SVX gonna break 40-20 here with a big or little chugga chugga. Or just get rejected, right? The fuck did I walk into? Very important conversation. Chugga Chugga Choo Choo by Choo Choo Soul. Official lyrics: hyphenate Chugga Chugga. Use it 6 times in the chorus, followed by a Chugga Choo hybrid. Oh, I don't like that. Big Wheeler, Sinus Feeler of New Zealand. Sorry about the Hobbit prostitution jokes and insulting your national bird. It's because of emergency exit. He's a bad look for your country. I assume you know exactly who he is. This stream is the best ever because I'm so regarded. I love zero DTEs and trans. Thank you, Pickle. Market Day is basically a story of the little engine that could. That's motivational. What's your plan after this OPEX? Sell CCs and diamond hand shares? Do you think this is the final OPEX? If there's no longer a massive short position, what would continue the cycle? Shorting volatility? The same thing that perpetuated the cycle all along. What's your favorite method to view market breadth? That is, market-wide new highs versus new lows, or indicator, and why? I don't have a favorite one. They're all my favorite, Stefan. Nobody holds bags like EE, literally. New Zealand doesn't even have trains. It's okay, man. I have thick skin, palms especially. Yes, I'm monitoring him. I know where he is. Thank you. Okay, thank God. I mean, there's only like 30 people there, right? So it's probably not that hard to keep an eye on each other. Although, there are a lot of hobbits. What's it like living in Middle Earth? There was once a man from New Zealand with a thumb that was most unappealing. No need for ado. I'm sheep fucking value, he said, as his livestock was squealing. Oh, Jesus. If we run, do you think we'll hold the price for longer than the October 31st run? I hope so. New Zealand has cassowary drawn buggies. Huh. What happened this morning? Everything halted at market open? You Duke alike Peter Jackson? How many chuggas to drink the red away, though? You know, just one would probably do it. I do not look like fucking Peter Jackson. Everything everywhere halts at once. Can your next TD be when the music stops, the market halts at open? No. What about Jackson's Peter? Maybe. Guillermo del Toro? The fuck? I need to lose weight. I'm starting to be compared to fat guys with beards. At least I'm not bald, so no one's gonna compare me to Carl, but it's getting risky. I just googled Peter Jackson. You do not, but his net worth is 1.5 billion. Maybe it wouldn't be such a bad thing. You look like Jackie Daytona? Who? You still have that Equinox membership? Yeah, I pay for it every month and never go. You look like a less tired Benicio del Toro. You know what? Benicio del Toro really does look fucking tired. He just always has that look on his face that like he's fed up with everyone's shit. When you say futures are looking bullish, bearish, are you just looking at volume? No. The chart looks the same as SPX, just at a different level from what I can tell. Ah. Interesting assessment. I'm in a meeting, so the stream is paused. I'm getting tagged. I can only assume you're all talking about my high levels of T. Yep. Why are the shorts using liquidity to short when they want the ETFs to buy back in so they can short vol again? To stabilize price action. The whole point of their positioning, right, is to consolidate all of the buying of their counterparties into a very short period of time. And then when that buying occurs, they want it to drive up volatility as much as feasibly possible, right? As your attorney, I advise you to rent a very fast car with no top. You want me to take my shirt off? I do not look like fucking Jay Leno. I remember a skit on Pinky and the Brain or something where they had actors who needed more sleep. It was Steve Buscemi, Del Toro, Brad Pitt. Thanks for the train tip. I just dropped 50K into a boxcar. When will it be delivered to the NYSE so I can make money? I don't know, Andrew Carnegie. TradingView won't load crime. My TradingView is working. Anonymous investor, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Ooh. Bullish. What's going on, Vex? What time is it? Okay, a lot of puts at 4,000. Some new ones added at 4,005 and 4010. Call volume picking up at 4010 and 4015, 4020. 4025, pretty strong. So decent positive gamma at 4025. I don't know if we're gonna break up here or not. But we're riding like right along the long-term resistance, or like consolidating right along it. You look like a white ice cube. Okay. Fubu and Jimmy are both tracking the SPX more than Upstart does. This make you bullish on Upstart by comparison. I mean, Upstart's like about out of liquidity, so if the market keeps rising, I think Upstart's gonna move up again. Maybe to the like $19 level, which is exciting. He means Persian ice cube. Oh, okay. You wore the same shirt yesterday. I did not. It's a different shirt. What's considered a chugga? I'm only asking for educational purposes. We're still not entirely certain. It's either an individual chugga or a chugga chugga grouped pair. Dave Lauer 2, the 81 stocks were halted, little despite not hitting the band's threshold. Yeah, I heard. Before this gets buried in our impending exuberance, what is the shirt off level for GME? Also, if we run hard, will it be in a short time frame or several days? $35, and it could be over several days. Let's see, look more like a less annoying Luis Guzman. You've already been compared to many Puerto Rican actors. My conclusion is maybe not Persian, but Puerto Rican. I'm not Puerto Rican. My great grandmother was from Barcelona. And yeah, I pronounced that correctly. Great 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 grandmother. So you're not even sort of Rican? No. We're gonna get rejected here? This is very confusing. Do chugga chuggas have any positive correlation with hubba hubba woo woo? No, because no one says that. We're not cartoon wolves. But can you pronounce law year? Why have you written it that way? My Persian wife says not Persian, probably Mediterranean. That's mostly accurate. So you're a Spaniard then? Well, very little, but yeah. My family lines trace back to Spanish ship captains and conquistadors. I was happy to find out that ancestrally I'm not a poor. Nice. I had like well, I dated this girl who was like really into doing like family trees, and she did that. There we go. There's the pullback. Sorry, now everyone thinks you pronounce lawyer wrong. No, they don't. My Italian wife says, "Stop asking me about that guy. Stop watching him." I know you have a crush on me and all. Not at all. But do you really have to ignore me? I didn't ignore you. What did you say? Besides your admission of abusing small animals last night for fun. You were a sleepier Matt Berry. Okay, I've gotten that before. There's actually a Matt Berry Minotaur meme that we made. I don't know where it is, but I'm starting squarting and making white. It's moving up a little bit. I like the volume. How do you pronounce caramel and syrup? The way I just pronounced them. It's not whatever other people's. There's two A's in caramel, and people who pronounce syrup, are it's just I can't listen to that. Say caramello. Why? No, it's caramel. There's two A's. There's Carmel, and which is a place in Indiana, and W is correct. And there's caramel, which is a candy. That kid alone, I'm starting to get anyone's attention. It was nice. It's pronounced scissorp. That's a different thing. You said Sava might be crashing, so I followed the pickle jar playbook and bought a lot this morning with unsettled funds. Should I start selling CCs below my cost basis? Oh boy. Why didn't you sell your SPX calls? Do you expect to bounce? Yeah, I would like to see it move higher. Ugh. NYSE says members can file clearly erroneous or Rule 18 claims due to this morning's open. What mean? I have no idea. How dare you dignify the Midwest by acknowledging the names of their settlements? You live in the Midwest. There's also Carmel, California. My goal is to be rich enough to collect passive income from parking lots and just drive around in a golf cart waving at other rich people in Carmel. Not like Laguna or Newport Beach. It's kind of colder up there. So can I tell the SEC my $20 bobby bags are clearly erroneous? Yeah, you could try. Right now, the like peak of Gamma Max is just above $30, like the 15% above. Compensation claim. Ooh, did I try to buy or sell anything this morning at market open? Until when will GME have a possible run? Thursday at the latest. Do OPEX runs always satisfy Gamma Max? Um, the only time it didn't was in May. We tested Gamma Max but didn't pass it. So I mean, I guess yeah, it's still we then passed it on T+2. Oh, August cross Gamma Max. Big time. So T+5 from the 18th. The last day is Thursday. Would this morning's market mess cause any additional delay rules? Not that I'm aware of. The volume right now is Coffee House, and we need more of an Aussie's Boneyard vibe. Interesting. Based on both Upstart and GME's GM's improvement overnight, what would you expect for it to increase to this evening, assuming a continued upward grind? Well, GME's not really grinding up. Upstart is a little bit. We'll see how GME performs if the market starts to turn around here. Like the market looks to be stabilizing, so hopefully we see another push up, and we'll see what effect that has. But I don't know. It really just depends on call buying. There's no way to predict it. Check DMs. Carmel, California, greater than Carmel, Indiana. I mean, of course, one of those things is in Indiana. Directional put at the $67 strike. March, June vertical spreads 64, 67. June 55, 62. Okay. Interesting. These are accumulating quick. Was there any previous OPEX being settled until Thursday morning or Wednesday the latest? Was there any previous OPEX being settled until Thursday morning or Wednesday the latest? Actually, yeah, there was one OPEX that settled on a Thursday, and we never could figure out why until kind of so we kind of came up with this deferral theory. And it was in March of 2021. And it was always kind of weird because, all OPEXs should settle by Wednesday at the latest, right? But that one settled on, like, obviously settled on Thursday. Volume was insane. Last May was Wednesday, yeah. Selling my upstart position for GME was big dumb. I mean, they're very different, but probably. Indiana's lack of fault lines makes it far superior to California. It also doesn't have any beaches or persistent sunlight. And it's like negative 40 degrees all winter. I think I'm getting an IV play for Upstart, or am I just FOMOing? I mean, IV's still pretty flat on Upstart right now, so it is picking up a little bit. Ooh. We're doing an 11:30 thing? Huh. Don't make me have to be some Dahmer of animals, dude. I've got 4 dogs and cat. Well, the cat isn't mine. They're worthless, and they're all living their best life. Plus, that cat was acting rabid, and my pup was terrified. Get fucked, nerd. You should have added that to your story, dickhead. I didn't hurt the cat, but I'm sure the coyotes did. You said you chucked it into the woods. Grown man with a gun throwing around tiny kittens. You son of a bitch. Where the fuck do you live? Where there's rabid kittens? I've been told not to stop at red lights in Gary, Indiana. I went to get gas in Gary, Indiana one time, and a cop pulled into the gas station, and he was like, "You need to get the fuck out of here." And I was like, "But I need gas." He's like, "No, I'd get the fuck out of here." I got gas and then left, and everything was fine. But he seemed really worried about me. Gary's awful. Flint, Michigan is much worse. You know, I've just really never spent any time in Michigan. I went. I think I've been to Detroit once, and it was like the nice part. You were delaying his drug sale. There's a nicer part of Gary, but it's on the water. What water? You'd enjoy Grand Rapids in the summer. Good coffee, cocktails, food. Not far from Lake Michigan. A lot of mosquitoes, right? My company made a bunch of fiberglass troughs for the water treatment plant in Gary, so at least they have good water. Okay. I sold off a lot of my upstart position when everything was halting. I'm too over leveraged for a market crash. Fair enough. hashtag Girk was right. What was it? Wait, what was I right about? I wanna I wanna know. Girk, Girk, you're the man of the plan. Thanks for everything you do. I wish you have a wonderful day and happy new year to you. Happy new year to you too, BP Bonsai. US Midwest equals Pi-Fi trivia blind spot. I know of the Midwest. Walmart not lifting minimum pay from $12 to $14 an hour. Bullish. You'd enjoy North Dakota, but the Tinder population is scarce though. I don't really want to drill oil with in the middle of nowhere, living in a trailer. I have a friend that went and did that though. I think he made good money. Someone mentioned Grand Rapids. We don't have mosquitoes. Essentially a mini micro Chicago minus the constant death. Huh. Thoughts on coin June puts? Why? I mean, I don't hate it, but why? You ignorant slut, give me the VUP song. It's too soon, Carl. You're not ready for it. Did you just call Tinder dates drilling oil? I didn't not. Shall we hit GM for Upstart without experiencing Nova packs? That'd be weird, right? It's really close, too. How come Ivy on Upstart isn't moving? I don't know. I really don't know. Too many sold calls at 20 bucks. Cat touched 257. Ooh. Do I need to close my calls? I mean, I'm up. Today was pretty good. Oh, that continues my win streak on Caterpillar. Are these a-holes capitulating an Upstart? Risk desk my ass? Somebody's gonna, right? Double top on SPX? Possibly. Maybe we get a triple top. Now you're Max from Wild Things. If only he knew. Yeah, Caterpillar looks great. I'll probably set some stops on my position. How are Upstart's tips looking? Well, Upstart's moving down into that very like low range of liquidity. So it looks like they're covering the liquidity they used this morning, or trying to. Still don't think the volume's very significant, but looks good. I really want to see Upstart hit like 2050 today. Why am I not able to trade SPX on TD? I don't know. Are they just scared to death of rising IV on Upstart? Um, a little bit, maybe. The Tesla earnings will be bad enough for the market downturn. Do you think Tesla earnings will be bad enough for a market downturn? I don't think Tesla's got that much weight anymore. It's already lost like $1 trillion in market cap. Was this where they announced the Upstart delisting and Perelman does nothing again? He's not involved in this one. Oh. Phew. All right. Thank you, Carl. This midday slump is kind of the worst. Yeah. Thanks, guitar stuff. Do we see delta neutral this week? I mean, Upstart's already above delta neutral. Jimmy, possibly. I mean, we're still waiting on volume, right? Really proud of myself. I'm usually terrible at stops, but I've been practicing. I got stopped on my Upstart weeklies with more than 100% profit, learning a little more each day thanks to you. Awesome, man. Congratulations. Like the stream, you heathens, and interact for bandwidth. Up 160% on Upstart 17 Feb 1720 Cs. I did trim a little yesterday. Pretty much house money moving forward. Nice, dude. Now that Upstart is above delta neutral, would it be less volatile? Potentially. I mean, if it gets volume, I think its volatility can pick up. Like it's not very volatile right now, so I don't know what you mean by less. I don't know if it could get much less volatile. How many X do you aim for on a typical OPEX? What do you mean? You dropped a frame. Quick, do a pull. I did a pull. When drawing your trend lines, you typically negate the wicks. Ideally, there's a time and place to base the line off the wicks versus the candle top bottom. If volatility is persisting throughout the trend, then you can be more inclusive of the wicks. Or on longer time frames, wicks are a little more stable because they represent more volume. Two, 5, 10. I mean, I'd love to get like 20x on everything, right? But that doesn't always happen. So, I mean, if it's 2x or 3x, awesome. Set stops when you're profitable, and you don't have to worry about attempting to 10x your money and failing. Got any nifty tips and tricks on trading the SPY? Oh yeah, hundreds. Hmm. I got a teeth cleaning the other day, and I think they a little overzealous. You ever get that where they like floss and it just kind of feels like they're trying to slice through your gums? From your experience playing OPEX stocks, which offers the best relative returns? Delta sensitive or Vega sensitive options? Delta, but their risk is higher. Good morning, number two. What? I fell back asleep after Jamie got slammed. Just put stops on my cap position, tuned in, and heard you say set stops. I'm learning. Good morning, Yaga. What's your number 7 trick for trading SPX? I don't want 1 through 6 or anything beyond 7. Just your number 7 trick. I don't have like a numbered list. So first I'd have to sort them. So what's this channel about? Some dude sitting there with charts? Basically, yeah. We look at the charts and then we make money based on what happens on them. Like a video game, but you make money. Set stops on my Upstart Weekly is out of them profitability. Thanks. Awesome, dude. Didn't I don't really see any Normal OPEC stocks running, do you? Uh Bobby's run a bit. Sava's had some weird shit go on over the last few days. Um mostly everything's just up kind of slowly. Nothing's really gone super crazy. So not a lot of volume realization anywhere except for BBBY. You make money, we lose money. Well, not all of you do. Some of us keep making money. So it's for games or a stock market? It's a stock market. Pepe has a list. He has a list for everything. I'm his least favorite mod and his second least favorite quant. Stefan being the least favorite fake quant, of course. Oh, yeah. Carvana had a fun run. Yeah, Carvana got some volume. When am I allowed to ask you to look at another ticker in front of everyone here? Literally never. Thoughts on lack of block orders on Jimmy today? Check GME channel for info. Interesting. Maybe they'll just all show up at once. What happened to Sava? Some of their clinical data came out this morning. It's a very expensive pay to win game. Yes. You have a list of your enemies? No. So if it's gaming, what DPI and mass do you use while trading? I have a Logitech G502 Lightspeed at 1800 DPI. You want the precision, so you don't want to go too fast. Tesla dead up nearly 50% from the lows, and somehow I'm down 95% on my position. That's because you bought your position at the top. I'm sorry, Victor. Stop. Just stop being. If you'd been bearish on Tesla the entire time that you've been bullish on it, you'd already be rich. You find yourself with Tesla puts when you meant to buy calls. Have I always been? Have I just always been way too high on my DPI, and that's why I'm trash? Maybe. Upstart not dead. Good exit for weeklies though. It was okay one. I used to play semi-pro CS with 1800 DPI and high sense, and now all of the kids use lows DPI and sense. I heard noobs with fragile hands. Yeah, I've never been able to. I think I just like missed that wave of like playing with a 600 DPI mouse in FPS games. Like, I don't want to use my entire body to move the mouse like 3 inches. More puts building at 40.15. A few, yeah. There's also more calls building at 40.20. 600 DPI master race. Yeah, but when you have to like 360, you basically have to like pick your mouse and up and chuck it across the fucking room. Op 450. I play RTS. I wouldn't know. Looks down snobly upon the PC FPS plebs. You know what I hate most about this OPEX is nothing's going down enough for it to be like, this is done. Shit's not happening. And it keeps just edging us a little bit each time. It's like, oh, today we're gonna do 50 cent higher high. And then the low's gonna be roughly the same. Bar rates aren't dropping at all. It doesn't look like I'll be getting the $40,000 that I need. Not yet. That's why I've been hesitant with setting stops. It's tricky. The volume's still really low on Upstart. And the liquidity that they covered, they've basically just used all over again. So, and they're not really like gaining any ground here, right? Like, I know it doesn't look like much, but this is the hardest they've shorted Upstart since the morning of the 19th. This entire time I was here for a woodworking stream because I thought you were just mispronouncing epoxy wrong the whole time. No. So should we sell Upstart or hold? Do we think it will bounce? What? Oh, I mean, I don't think it's done just because it ran up 50 cents or like a dollar, 75 cents. That might be just like some shorts taking profits, right? I told you as we get closer to 20, we start to get like we're starting to put a lot of pressure on the like the long short positions. And they may just buy back, right? Like they don't want to lose money. In May, Jimmy closed $2 down from Monday, then Wednesday happened. Yeah, I was there. Critical margin's not a real thing. me take a look at SPX here. SPX looks kind of good. What's ES doing? ES isn't really picking up any momentum. It's just very happy consolidating at 40.30. Hmm. Jimmy's being weird. We, do you have another test of 40.20 in us? Maybe. This could break down. I don't know. There's not really enough momentum right now. We're kind of just locked between like 40.15 puts and 40.20 calls. Upstart DP percent went from 40 to 53% on that little pop. I don't think she's done. I agree. What's weird about it? I mean, it's like trading no volume. It's trading in a super tight range with kind of a wide, like, bid-ask spread. But we're not really seeing any volatility. Some big sell orders just now. Are you gonna finish the cake in the fridge, or can I have it? You can have it. Tomorrow's also T+2 from yesterday, so more ups coming. Well, some more. Is that good weird or bad weird? I think it's good. It's just annoying, right? Like it's annoying when if it drags out into like Wednesday or Thursday. That's not something we ideally want to see. Costa bar is still high as well. It is. Have you ever used any automated trading systems? Sort of. I mean, professionally, yeah. Independently, I have like some things for um like IBKR for like setting stops and moving them and stuff that are automated, but nothing too complex. 40.20 is picking up a lot of open interests. Not a ton of put volume building up. Like a little bit at 40.15, but not a lot. 40.20's picking up a lot of call volume, but maybe it's selling off. That's kind of a big breakdown. VIX picking up correlation. Yeah, VIX isn't really moving up on this much. A little bit. SPX 4007. Hmm. Maybe back to 4,000. Hard to say. There's still a lot of call interest at 4,000. I wonder if this is 4,000 selling off. Like profit taking? Upstart didn't even acknowledge that drop. It doesn't seem to be dropping with SPX over the last couple days. Jimmy held up pretty well against the drop yesterday, too. It moved a little bit more in line with it, but... Can obligations be settled with shares from the lending pool? Yes. You plan on playing future OPEX on GMA if we don't get any volume this week? I'd only play it if I was playing the short side. Play the whole GME weeklies until Thursday end of day. No, probably not. Not unless we continue to grind up. Yeah, we would see a massive spike in rate. Feel risk compliance is standing behind the traders, and we keep scraping just below where compliance steps in. Maybe. Okay, VIX moved back down on that. Futures are having a pretty nice recovery after that sell-off. These wild dumps look like bear traps, desperation. I guess. I mean, we're not really getting wild dumps on any of the stocks we're watching. Mostly just on like SPX. I think we saw some like 4,000s take profit there. The recovery is really fast though. Like ES is almost back to resistance again. It's about to DCA into June Nvidia 90p position. Um, Where's Nvidia at right now? Not bad. It's kind of... It might have a little more room to go up. Like 197. Yeah, maybe 197, 198. So there might be a little more room on the upside. You're gonna go 100% out of the money? Is that gonna be your only position? Because that's really dumb. I'm only 50% down on my RevRQ position from 80% down. Is this winning? Sure. Swiss National Bank seeks weak growth, but no recession this year. Yellen says no default till June. Okay, stocks, you can moon. Yellen's really enjoying her moment in the sunshine. For Nvidia, June 140, 160 might not be too far out of the money. I mean, yeah, 140, 160 are likely to go in the money, and 90, I mean, the value of the premium might go up, but you probably need to reposition it or roll it. That's very far out of the money, right? So basically, if Nvidia drops down into like the 130 range, 140 range by like early March, then you would probably be taking profit on the 90Ps. You probably wouldn't be holding those until they go in the money. Did you say 90p? I was building a 160, 170 position and thought it might be too far out of the money. I mean, because people look at price target and then they want to position their options at the target, but that's not the goal, right? Like you want to position your options in between where the price is and where the target is. Sava bouncing. It was doing a little better. No, well, not a lot. I wonder if CSPs are good here right now. CSPs on Sava tend to be kind of crazy. Gen 27, 28, like a buck each. Sub 1725s, $2. Eh, probably too risky to sell it that far out. But Gork, the higher strikes are cheaper. Yeah, I know, but that's just super greedy. Did you think dumping 1022 call weeklies will drop the price of GME? Could. Yeah. Depends on how, let's say, they're kind of close to the money. Yeah, it could affect the price. Rep filed a docket with balance sheet valuation information for potential liquidation. Says yesterday's date, though, didn't post till today. Sus as fuck. Interesting. Is that just like a document that's required for the court? When's the hearing for the creditor plan? I said creditor, not predator. Jesus. When are you gonna quit vaping? I don't know, never. Kind of the same thing, I guess. Yeah, I can't do the like the nicotine, like the patches and the gum. It makes me like jittery and sick. Yeah, I smoked cigarettes for a long time. Then I quit. Rev, the hearing to consider approval of the disclosure statement has been adjourned. It will now be held Feb 8th, 2023 at 10 a.m. Okay. Me too. The vapes are hard to get off because I feel like they're way more concentrate. This one's really low nicotine. It's like, I think it's like, like 12 milligrams salt though. So it's like, it's pretty low. Nicotine isn't bad for you. It's actually a great stimulant. It's cigarettes and vaping that have the carcinogenic properties. Actually, there's no known carcinogens in vapes. As far as I'm aware. That's the reason we can run this time on Thursday. Isn't that a T4 then? No, you're forgetting the deferral. So Thursday is T5 from the last deferral date, which was on the 18th. But Gork vape commercials, yeah, those are bullshit though. Dude, there's no popcorn lung. No one's putting dicetyl in fucking vape juice. I'm still waiting for this stream where you wear a plaid shirt and a cat trucker hat with a lip full of Copenhagen. If anything, Cat should sponsor you. They really should. I mean, I use like stainless steel coils and I buy like vape juice that's basically 3 ingredients. If there are carcinogens, I've significantly there's probably more carcinogens in the air in New York City walking down the street than there are coming out of my vape. BTU, let's go. No, I don't like chewing tobacco. It's fucking gross. Every time you feel like a vape, take a shot of whiskey. If you stay true to it, you'll be an alcoholic in no time and won't miss the nicotine at all. Now they found classified documents at Mike Pence's Indiana home. Weird, everyone's finding documents. I think this might belie a larger problem in that classified documents really just aren't kept that classified. I run a business selling vapes here in the UK. There's still no known major risks associated with vaping. Yeah, I mean, none of this, all of the studies point to a massive amount of harm reduction over smoking cigarettes. Hey, Greg, does Turdferg know if Rule 18 can grant a deferral? Seems we've been here before. I don't know why Turd would know that. I don't think Turd's really looked into the deferral stuff very much. He mostly watches the ETFs. Quit the jewel after smoking for 10 years this Xmas. I read Alan Carr book, The Easy Way to Quit Smoking, and cold turkeyed it. It's actually not that hard to quit vaping. Quitting cigarettes is way harder. You may not even really be addicted to the nicotine anymore. When you get down to really low levels, it's entirely habitual. Switching to zero nic convinces your brain you don't need it. Yeah. What about nicotine pouches? They make me really sick. Like super, like that much nicotine makes me really, really sick. Thank you for teaching everyone to use stops. From the time I started positioning for OPEX, I only had 24 contracts about a week ago. I'm currently up to 114. Nice, man. Congratulations. Yeah, there's been a lot of opportunity to just scalp these like little bursts of price action. Unfortunately, the majority of my position right now for Upstart and GME are in like in the money synthetic long futures. So it's I don't want to sell them on like little tiny like $1 moves because re-entering them would not be as profitable as it was when I first entered them. The shorter dated shit I should probably be paying more attention to, but I haven't been. Cigarette companies really hate vaping. Yeah, yeah, they do. Also, governments hate vaping because it dodges a lot of tax laws that are currently in place. Like in San Francisco, you can't buy or use vapes, but you can buy as many fucking cigarettes as you want. Nah, I don't like cigars. Do you rebuild your coils? No, I buy pre-made ones. Didn't Philip Morris buy a bunch of the vaping and cannabis companies? They own Altria owns Juul. That's much instead of farmers markets, they have open air drug markets in SF, and instead of offering help to the addicts, they offer paraphernalia. California is not big on like social safety nets. I live in SF and I'm a vapor. You can buy unflavored or tobacco. There's nothing flavored with anything else. I thought sale of like vape paraphernalia was banned in the city of San Francisco. Did they just like change the tax law and re-allow it? I know like 4 years ago you couldn't, and you could get a ticket for vaping on the street. Is setting a stop just below the underlying's VWAP a good idea for positions that are in the money? It's not terrible. A little risky because you can get stopped out on like moves where like GME just had, where it just moves a tiny bit below VWAP. You had BTU calls here. Seems cheap. BTU looks primed to have a crazy earnings. Might add calls here. Oh man, you were wildly uncertain about every position you take. I already bought the calls. I'm not adding anymore. I have all the ones I want. I sold some CSPs this morning, like 26. Yeah, Sava's really bouncing, turning around pretty quick. Maybe the CSPs weren't such a bad idea on it. How's Fubo doing? Fubo's holding up. Cosm doing a thing again? The weirdest fucking OPEX period. Hey Gork, when OPEX? I don't know. When's the price gonna go down? No, OPEX isn't over. Even if it was just OPEX, it's not over. But it's not just OPEX, or at least that's not what we're looking at. Um, Maybe it's banned in SF. My shop's in daily. I still sell coils and vapes, just no flavored stuff. Statewide flavored tobacco ban went into effect this year. You can just make your own, by the way, if you want to add flavors. You can just make it at home. It's super easy. Fair warning, I've made a pretty penny this new pack, so your boy will be throwing hour-long timeouts to anyone actually bitching or moaning in the Discord. Oh, there'll be plenty of them. Don't you worry, Carl. I'm rolling out today, if nothing again. Hey, hope your day is going great. Thanks, I wish I was Cindy. It's going alright. I'm pretty happy with the way today's going so far. They won't ship the products to make it at home to SF mailing addresses? Jesus Christ, really? Just go get a P.O. box somewhere else? What the fuck is going on? Hold on. Oh, I was saying there's some shit going down in the hallway. Can you do us a kindness of my 20,000 GME 50Cs? We need more OI at that strike. Thanks. No, sorry. No, it's not Cat Lady. It's some dude down the hall. I don't know him, but he's getting in like a big fight with his girlfriend. They're throwing shit. There's a lot of yelling. Time to bust out the tactical baseball bat. I don't have one of those. No, not the cowboy guy. He's very single. Go check or call cops if you suspect abuse. Well, he's in the hallway and she's flinging shit at him. I don't know who's being abused. Probably him. But I'm gonna mind my own fucking business. No, not like flinging items. There's a lot of clothes in the hallway. What looks to be an air fryer. Just go out there and start taking the stuff they're throwing. This man definitely cheated. Maybe. Oh, I don't want to sneeze. Okay. No, fuck you. A fryer adrift is a gift. They're fighting because he full ported into Bobby this morning. Do you smell pineapple from pizza? That could be the source of the fight. No. How are they both at home? Both home at 12:25 on a Tuesday. Nobody works in offices anymore, man. Girk is trying to defer the Jan 2023 sneeze. Either cheated or he's watching her stream and is tossing his paycheck into zero DT. He calls, and his girlfriend just found out. I guess that's a possibility. Are you strapped? Like, do I have a gun? What would I need a gun for? It's not like he's gonna come here and cheat on me. Savo looking a little better. It's recovering a little bit, yeah. He YOLO'd into MULN. Can't have guns in New York. That is not true. Up 170% on 317 Vupstart calls. Should I not be a degen and take profits? It's up to you. Is now a good entry for GME Trif Furplex. It's just very regulated unless you're a criminal. Yeah. Actually, you can now conceal carry in New York without a direct threat to your life. What was the direct threat? Have you ever experienced stage? I mean, the NYPD will shoot you if you pull like a wallet out of your pocket. They're very trigger happy. Today started out exciting, but MIT is hitting record lows. I see. Cat Weekly is at the money chasing a little bit, yeah. Cosm going for the belt. Wallets are dangerous. It's true. In fairness, in New York, cop killings happen all the time. Yeah, they do. You think Tesla has more upside these days, or would now be a good time to get out of calls? Um, I mean, Tesla could keep moving up. There's definitely more room. If you're super profitable, it's kind of right at resistance right now. So it's either going to break to the upside of that and realize like a move into like the 160 level, uh, or it's peaked, right? And this is already the top. I think that's kind of just another OPEX question, though, right? Tesla is very much an OPEX correlated stock, so I'm starting 19C weeklies. Did I miss my exit today, or wait until power hour? You think? I think the midday pullback's not really that bad. I think there's still potential for more upside today. I'm careful with it, but facts. NYPD uses heavier trigger pulls in their service weapons because they're so trigger happy. Interesting. How are weeklies at the money chasing? All indications are for major ups this week. Otherwise, the deferral theory is false. But he's talking about Caterpillar, which isn't really a basket stock. And Caterpillar can like stagnate at resistance for very long periods of time before continuing its move up. So generally, when you play it, you want a lot of theta. Is there a way to visualize price action and changes in all options contracts on a stack within a range on a single page? Probably not. I mean, you could, but it'd be a shitload of data. Why is Fubo? No worries, Peter. Why is Fubo up 40% in the past month? I mean, all of these are up like 40%. How rich will we be if Upstart reaches 40? If Upstart reaches 40, I'll make 35 even. I will make an obscene amount of money. Your info helped me out so much that even if this is the extent of OPEX, I doubled my port already. Thanks for all you do, Pickle Centaur Hybrid. Awesome, DVC Foo. That's awesome. Seriously. Congratulations, man. I said Upstart. If Upstart reaches 35 or 40, Fubo's not going to 35 or 40. If Fubo goes to 35 or 40, I'm done. I'm gonna go do other shit with my life. I have a page that entered all of my options in, and they get calculated all at once using Black-Scholes equation in Excel. I don't think he's talking about that. I think he's trying to create like price bands across the options chain throughout the day. But that chart would just be a fucking mess. Have you considered what article of clothing will come off at 10x the shirt off level? The stream? What's the highest percent gains on a weekly you've seen on a run? Like 12,000, 15,000%. Obscene amount. Come on, bro. It's not like you're making 1,600 per penny of gains on Upstart. Yeah, it's not like that. If Fubo goes to 40, you can stream from Atomic Super Yacht. Yeah. Do you have 2025 Fubo calls? Yeah. And I have 2025 synthetic longs. I have 2024 calls. But I mean, both positions would have calls, but I'm not wasting money on a boat if we go to $40. You can rent that stuff. That's true. But you won't need to. You won't need to use somebody's used shitty boat, right? Good Gen 20s and I didn't roll. Are we all pooped out? Any entries looking good for Upstart or GME to still make money this OPEX? I mean, volatility is still really low. Like we haven't realized like any significant change in volatility. As a matter of fact, GME volatility is mostly just continued to fall off. Or stagnate at like the what is it, like 112 right now? It picked up like a little in the earlier part of the week. Yesterday in the midday, but then fell off into the end of the day. You explain the synthetic long strat. Yeah, sure. You sell a covered call, CSP, and then use that money to buy a call. So if the price of the underlying falls, you have to buy it. If the price of the underlying rises, you make a bunch of money. I know we're not there yet, but let's say this is the extent of the run for defer apex. Is there any rhyme or reason as to why that would be the case? Perhaps they spread it across this month. Slow covering of the liquidity over a longer period of time. I mean, we've seen the return of secondary market liquidity. We've seen price improvement in the primary market. Like there's some covering that's occurred, right? There's no denying that, but there's still more that can be covered for liquidity to normalize, right? So that's what we're waiting on. We're waiting on the realization of all of that second market liquidity being covered, the rest of it, and looking for a volumetric move up. If we don't get that, right, then, you know, liquidity is still very low, right? And we're going to go back to a illiquid environment really rapidly, which means even more compounded fails, even higher borrow rates, right? So if, you know, if they don't run it here, they really start to put themselves in a position where when they do run it, they're super fucked, right? And they don't want that. They don't want a repeat of like Jan 2021, right? So it's better to blow it off when they have the chance. And we think they already have to an extent, right? And so, given that borrow rate and price aren't really dropping, it still looks like it's the potential is there. Even at this point, even if there's no big VUP, this has been very profitable OPEX period. I'll take 100% reasonably predictable gains all day long. Yeah, I agree. Let's see how this is setting up. Their next test. VIX still moving down. VIX at 1960 now. I think we can consolidate into the downward part of this range a little bit more. But a turnaround here could be pretty bullish. Not, you know what we're not seeing a lot of today is volume, especially compared to yesterday. Very stagnant. Gamma flip point at 39.92. It's kind of close. It's increasing volatility. Still a little volatile. Let's see if we have an update on like positioning here. $12.28. So 40.20 still stacked. A small number of puts to the downside, like 40.10 is a little negative. And then Gamma's pretty flat down to 4,000, which is still positive. My biggest concern with upside moves here is actually profit taking from the 4,000 strike. But 40.25 still building up a lot of interest. It's now 40.30 as well. And 40.50 starting to get quite a lot of 0DTs in the last hour. How the fuck did I get signed out of that? Yeah, and then on the longer term time frame, 40.20, 40.25, 40.30 getting much stronger. So people buying longer dated calls here, which is pretty bullish actually. Like the 0 DTE positioning is falling off a bit, which means we're seeing less short side interaction overall. I don't think it's crime, but I think something might have happened this morning. like, T+2 huge leap settlement. Like there's too many factors going into this morning's market open, right, that would lead me to believe that it wasn't just a glitch or a data error. I only have a few times tomorrow to manage my position. If Jimmy run, what are the chances price stays elevated through Thursday, Friday? If we get a big run and we break Gamma Max, right, then there's a good chance that there'll be some T+2 price action that follows that. As all those calls go in the money, that's going to create, an imbalance in the market maker's hedge, which, and then, the price falls back and you're probably going to see even more call buying, which, generally leads to more upside in the T+2 period. The halt to offset ETF dark pool dumps. It may have delayed them. There's infinite liquidity everywhere where the plebs can't participate. Down 0.06 crash gang. I don't know. I'll have to look into that rule more, but I don't think it delays anything for 35 days. There's a Rex code, though, that would be covered by that. Except they would just have to buy again tomorrow. Or they would have to try to buy again tomorrow and then prove they couldn't. Jimmy price action looks like heavy internalization. I agree. Mostly because of its resistance to drops in the index. Are we filling that gap now? A little bit, right? I can't tell if that filled or not, or if we just bounced off it. Nope, we bounced right above it. Interesting. Cosm announced a 3 million buyback. Oh, interesting. No options. I really don't want to play it. Don't they have a shelf offer also? What the fuck is going on there? So they're just trading their own stock now? DRS doesn't shut down the market. I thought Cosm announced one after the reverse split. I mean, they might have completed it already, but then taking that capital and using it for a buyback is super fucking shady, right? Do you think Crocs looks like a short opportunity, mid around 115 with a PT of 104? Um, I don't know, man. What if their earnings are super fucking good again? Risky with earnings so close. They haven't missed on an earnings since like April of 2020. Uh, yeah, and analyst estimates are already kind of low. Lots of kids got Crocs for Christmas. Is it gonna fill? Because like its volatility is getting kind of nuts. VIX is still at like 1960-ish. All right. So this is on futures. It looks like some shorts are bailing at the like 40-30 level. Which is awfully close to the money. 40-30, 40-35 look like they're closing. So that could be, that might be super bullish here as this kind of flattens out here. Oh fuck. God damn son of a bitch. Fuck you, WeBull. Never did fill that gap, huh? Are people arguing the legitness of DRS? Oh, it's gonna be one of those days. Crocs had a glitch on Black Friday where everyone who ordered got 2 free Crocs. Not sure if it'll affect earnings, but it's an interesting data point. Huh. Well, I mean, given that their shoes probably cost like 12 cents to manufacture, I wouldn't imagine it's a huge loss. Still no block orders at all on GME. What mean? I don't know. It's weird. Or an interesting way to offload excess inventory. Possibly. How do you spot those gaps that are so small? I'm assuming you're talking about the gap between 40-10-99 and 40-11-01. Yeah. I mean, this just detects them automatically. They're made via injection molding. Yeah, no, they're just made in a factory. It's just like a polymer and they fucking shoot it into a mold and then boom, pair of cracks. The fact that people are willing to pay the money they do for them is nuts. Stock gaming shows the rejectable percent is 49%, which is well below the 5-day average of like 56. I'm a polymer, Greg. Could you mold me? I just finished a meeting and need to make up some time. Listening live in 1 ear and 3x the speed to catch back up. Fantastic Chrome extension for those missing out. Oh, okay. Zip for before the rip, everyone. It's all good. Crocs make my legs pop. I'm a victim, so I TRS. Upstart was way too excited this morning to be trading 1 cent off yesterday's closing price. GME volume on the 15-minute is insane. You mean non-existent? Does it cost them something to internalize orders? It can. If the spread between the current price and their and like their price on inventory it becomes wide, it can be a problem. So as long as they may remain on the right side of arbitrage, they make money off of it. Jimmy is lighting up TTM squeeze on the 15-minute time frame for the last 12 dots. That's just because it's done nothing. Also, TTM squeeze on the 15-minute is kind of mediocre. Did I miss Mopex? Not yet. Actually, nothing's been really missed. Why are we not more intrigued by this no block orders thing? I mean, it just means there's no significant orders coming in on GME right now. Right? Like, no institutions are buying it right now. Or at least not in blocks. But it has squeeze in the name? Well, yeah, no, but it's not a great intraday signal. Is Microsoft earnings important enough to stall the market in anticipation? Yes. Microsoft earnings are pretty important. Can you explain how liquidity could have been returned, but at the same time no volume has been realized yet? I mean, volume's been realized, and a small amount of liquidity has been returned, right? But we haven't seen a normalization of GME's liquidity. GME mostly trades in a very illiquid state, right? And then occasionally, on OPEXs, its liquidity actually normalizes, um, as it becomes its most liquid for a period. GME currently is still very illiquid. So I mean, we've seen some realization, we've seen that reflected in the price action, but we haven't seen a lot. You know, I don't know. Maybe you guys need to like zoom out a little occasionally and look at, you know, the trend on these. But they all look bullish as fuck. So yeah, we're consolidating a little bit today after yesterday's very big moves. We're not seeing a lot of volume, but we can still see that volume. You know, none of these look particularly bearish right now. Hey, look at that. I was right. We did get short capitulation. Took a while. Let's see if we get more of it. When pickle songs? Not yet. Just because this is a massive bull trap, apparently. They're gonna get that gap if it's the last thing they do. It's like a lot of volatility in their fucking news. I'm alive, yeah. I'm just trying to do this. Hold on. This is fucking ridiculous. Okay, VIX kind of inversely correlated with the drop. So bull trap and a bear trap. This is getting kind of crazy. I think this is more repositioning though. It doesn't look like long side capitulation there. SPX is kind of wild today. The old reverse double trap. Well, we started to get some, it looks like we started to get some put capitulation there, right? And then that led into like a long side, like a little bit of long side sell off, which was met with a shitload of shorting. But now we're getting long side build up. It's just, I guess like long reposition, and then some short, like triggered by some short profit taking is the best way to describe this, or at least that's how it appears to me. I think we're going right back up, by the way. $12.69 might be a thing. Maybe 1 minute. You're entwined with a volleyball girl. Who is this young lady? Man, that was in like, college. That was fucking forever ago. What about 2+2 could have this SPX price action make sense? I mean, maybe some of it, but this is pretty volatile with like no major economic news, right? I mean, like the whole day has been kind of fucky. Like, we've had some massive volatility today. I think we're actually starting to see some like serious long side leverage come in, and shorts are bailing because like longer dated call side interest is just racking up. So people are getting awfully fucking bullish going into the Fed meeting, which could really go either way. Upstart seems to be marching to the beat of its own drum on ups and downs. Yeah, kind of doing its own thing here. If Deferpex is a dude and OPEX is a dude, are you gonna storm the gates of the ETFs and start smacking hose and centaur kicking until they buy the goddamn stock? Just use the black raccoons. Also, how the fuck would nothing happening be possible at this point? I mean, you're not wrong. Like, something's gotta break, right? Like, we either need to go down and the bar rate needs to drop, or they need to fucking cover and we need to go up, right? And the fact that we're not getting either of those things yet is annoying, but we still have 2 more days, right? Like, we can't forget that, that we're still within the time frame of our expectations. Google getting sued by the federal government. Ooh, my cover calls aren't gonna get assigned? That'd be fucking awesome. I sold them in the money. If you're a large institution and want to get out of your puts, how do they shoot the price down like that? Buying large chunks of puts on the SPX and then dump them? You can dump like S&P 500 stock, right? Like or futures. You can dump futures contracts and then close your puts. So either the underlying or futures. No, we just need volume and CNS will do the rest. We're not talking about FTD's gaff. There aren't really any. Have you looked into Global X beyond just bots at all? Unconfirmed, but apparently them and BlackRock are the only funds with ETFs that cover all of the stocks halted this morning. Fun. I mean, that's a huge number of the ETFs that are available in the market, but no such thing as anything else. That's not true. Why is volume for GME non-existent today? I don't know. Weird day. Shit. Ugh. This isn't the pickle jar. This isn't the volume the pickle jar wants. Can you just be the volume the pickle jar needs? No? I don't want to. Why would I want to be the volume? So we should start transferring out our profits starting out, right? Because otherwise we'll just lose it. Is this risk management? Responsibility? I mean, you can transfer your profits to things that are less risky. You know, you can buy into like dividend stock. You can buy into stable assets that you can sell covered calls on. You can buy bonds. Bond yield rate's really good now. You can buy into ape. Wait, what? I heard it's the best buy the market has at the moment. Some pantsless buffoon promised me big ups. Oh, no, that's not going to happen. Is trading SPX 0 DTs a feasible long-term income strategy, or is it really only profitable now because of the volatility in the bear market? It's way more profitable now because of the volatility in the bear market. I just made my first SPX trade. What a thrill. Nice. My buddy is ready for Upstart $20. Did they leave a gap on SPX near the previous one? Yeah. Like a couple cents below where the previous one was. If the SPY breaks up from here, is it confirmation of a break from the long-term downtrend? Yes. We could rip and break away from the trend. Looking at the TA of this, just curious. Yeah, it could be a very significant break of the long-term downtrend. Not only for SPX, but more importantly on futures. Like the SPX has broken it a few times. Futures have stayed very much under the long-term downtrend. How's the liquidity on GME and Upstart right now? Low as fuck. There's very little left, so we'll probably have high beta with volumetric market moves. Uh, did you see a lot of SPX call positioning at 40-20? 40-20, 40-25. 40-25 is a bit bigger. 40-30 and 40-25 are about the same. Then it dips off around like 40, 40, 40, 40, 45 and picks back up again at 40-50. So just not a lot of interest between 40-40 and 40-45, but that could pick up as we approach those prices. Did the collar get rolled down? No idea. Although today's volatility is interesting. The collar wouldn't get rolled down, it would get rolled up. Remember, this calls are short. So if they roll the collar, that usually, I mean, they would move it up like 5%. They may not move it as much on a roll. Generally, when they place it, it's 5% above. I forgot I had a pack of gummy bears in my back pocket, and now they're extraordinarily flat. Do gummy bears expand on their own if left alone, like a Casper mattress? You know, I don't know. I guess it would depend on how hot they got. Oh, son of a bitch. Gelatin or agar, unless polymerized, will not retain shape memory. Look at that. Gummies don't bounce back. If you had 3K to throw around, would you guys do Jimmy or Upstart? It's up to you, man. They're both super risky. So know that. Yeah, Cat's doing good. Hmm. If they're super risky, why am I full ported into both? I don't know. This is funky. What's our error rate climbing today? I don't know. I haven't been watching it. Will they add time at the end of the day to make up for those halts? No. Upstart up 47% since the beginning of the month. Who isn't making money? I don't know. Upstart's now only like 6%, 6 cents above my cost basis though, which is not ideal. People who bought it 2 months ago. That's true. I can confirm I'm making. You're not allowed to buy it, Gaff. Oh. But how is November OPEX looking after today's price action? Still pretty good. That's because of the longest intraday edging formation. I mean, there's a ton of repositioning right now. The fuck? I can't wait till I'm done with this shit. How do you feel about issuing bonds as payment for loans? What's the expression for that? Like robbing Peter to pay Paul? Robbing Freg to pay Moonwind? SPX continue to chop like this into tomorrow? I mean, hopefully we see some realization. Oh, Jesus Christ. Fuck off. Seriously? Almost done. I'm trying to stay here while I do this. Fuck. I need a printer? Looks like you're adjusting your Prince Albert. I'm using my phone. That's disgusting, Gaff. Using your phone to adjust your Prince Albert? Jesus, they'll add anything to they'll add Bluetooth to anything these days. It has a tiny speaker. What's your opinion on some people on Wall Street Bet saying that the bottom is in on the index? And is the repositioning look bullish or bearish for the next 2 weeks? It looks a little overly bullish. I don't think that the bottom is in or the economy is fixed or things are getting better from here on out. But locally, the bottom is probably in for at least a couple weeks. Until J-Pow comes out and fucking says fuck your calls and ruins everything. Someone sent me a Ko-Fi? Did I miss that? Oh. Okay. No, I didn't. I just read that. Thank you, someone. I appreciate that. Missed a weird Ko-Fi earlier. Was it Kendra? My port is telling me no, but my body is telling me yes. Halts all day and I don't mind. Okay. I wouldn't mind some halts on any of these three stocks right now. I miss Kendra. Kendra's still here. Jimmy going back up. Now I'm optimistic again. People are ridiculous. What is a Freg's day? Ugh. Jesus Christ. Um, made some cash on GNS. Nice. As long as you didn't get rugged. High quality Szechuan salt and pepper prawns, a fried rice, and chili oil is so good. That actually sounds amazing. There's absolutely no volume on GME. I'm well aware. When's the Fed announcement? I believe it's next week. Is it the first? I think it's on the first. But let me make sure I'm right, because I might be wrong. Yeah, Fed interest rate decisions, Feb 1st. Are we waiting on Febtober OPEX? I mean, the price hasn't like gone down. Like we're not getting shorted. There's no liquidity. Like there's not sufficient liquidity yet. You know, nothing is moving against us. We're not seeing massive amounts of deep in the money puts being bought. When does the OPEX period end? The settlement for OPEX, the expiration on Friday, is tomorrow. But the settlement for T+5 from deferred obligations is Thursday. Holding out for Microsoft to crash the market? I don't know if Microsoft will crash the market. Microsoft earnings will be probably like indicative of like any pullbacks in capex. I would say that would be the biggest thing that people will be looking for. Still dealing with car stuff, yeah, but I think I'm like done, or I hope I'm done. Based on optimal ShopRite term positioning, at what percent increase would you be happy with exiting a bought call position? I mean, generally speaking, I'm pretty happy at like 20 or 30% profits, right? Obviously, like I hope to get more out of OPEX periods, but more is definitely already available on many of the OPEX positions so far. Microsoft can be too risky to sell CCs for income, not to get assigned after earnings. Um, I honestly think Microsoft is probably going to do fairly well. But I've been waiting for this earnings before I buy any. I think it's a great covered call stock. It's usually fairly stable. Do you see Cat at 170 ever again? My uncle is in love with it since I told him to get in at that price. Um, Possibly, yeah. I mean, if we have a big pullback in the indices, Cat can drop pretty hard. It's pretty illiquid, and so it can fall really fast. But it won't be because of Caterpillar, I don't think. It'll be because of the indices dropping. And Caterpillar's very heavily weighted in both S&P and Dow. Thoughts on the strange 500k candles Upstart has had and after hours the last couple of days? Is it like the closing auction? There's probably a large amount of imbalance in the trade throughout the day due to internalization. If Cat ever goes to 170 again, I'm full boarding. I mean, it may not pull back to 170, but it may drop again. No, not the closing auction. Check yesterday, for example. Oh, this might be like them getting like doing creation and after hours in order to like have liquidity the following morning. I'll have to look at how it's affecting like liquidity in that time frame, but we've been getting big spikes of like after hours liquidity on Gumi and Upstart for the last few days. So that could be tied to it maybe. There was once a man from Peru. He fell asleep in his canoe. He had a wet dream, if you know what I mean, and he woke up with a handful of goo. Beautifully put, Colorado Kev. There once was a man from Nantucket. I'll stop. I'll stop there. Ooh, hey, look. Stuff. I want to set some stops on this shit. VIX falling. Price up. Consolidation here? So soon. I think there's still more upside on this. It's gonna probably slow down, but I think it might grind up a bit more. Mm, 2025 is definitely possible here. Thank you so much, Colorado Kev. SPX 4100 end of day. That's a little overly bullish, right? How do we turn this shit off? Ah, stopped out. That was good profits. Like 30%. That's good though. Those were 0 DTs and I overpaid for them, so I'm okay with that. Do I want to get some more at 40.25? So much crime. It's no crime. Upstart and Jimmy are just like, nah, we're being completely flat on the day. But how is SPY at 400? Seriously? Wow, SPY's lagging a lot. What the fuck? That's weird. That could be like an if SPX continues to move up, that could be a good like arbitrage opportunity. Why is that's really far off? Usually they're not that far off in pricing. SPY dividend? Not this week. Yeah, I know that because the like risk-free rate's mispriced, but I mean there was a point there on that bump where there were a couple dollars off before the SPY caught up. This feels a lot like the shorts are giving up on the market here. Can you let people know that on TDA to trade VIX and SPY, you have to type $SPX.X? Oh, so it's like Schwab? Oh, you can't see that. That's the worst color. So it's SPX.X and VIX.X. Yeah, no problem. Sorry, yeah, sometimes YouTube shadow bans people. You'll probably be back soon. But yeah, for TDA, these are the tickers for the index options. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. I would not have known. Bullish for tomorrow? I mean, maybe. Do you think there will be any further information that comes out about the halts today? Possibly. Is SPX decent for a market order to close? Um, you don't want to market order on red candles. But otherwise, yeah, like you want a green tick if you're gonna do that. Like an uptick. Thinkorswim doesn't require that. Interesting. So only if you're that only matters if you're trading from within like on the browser or whatever, like within the brokerage. Do you think there'll be any further information that comes out about the halts today? Okay. Why so much less enthused for OPEX? I'm still enthused. It's just dragging. I wouldn't say I'm ever super enthusiastic about anything, but I'm still as enthused as I was. TDA yes, TOS no. Weird. Market order on SPX is bang me before the bad fill. Yeah, generally I use limits. Don't lie, I've seen your bare shoulders. Yeah, but we haven't run yet, right? I'll get enthusiastic if we're already moving. Do you have any insights into the lack of block orders on GME? Yeah, no one's placing any block orders on GME. I mean, I doubt we will hear that much about the halls. Transparency has never been a market strength. There might be some more news about it, but what's the latest we could potentially see a run? End of day Thursday. Do you hear to hear you say you were happy at 20-30% profits changes entirely how I look at things. I've been losing money trying to get 100% when like every trade I enter is 10 to 15% at some point. Yeah, I mean, so OPEX, yeah, I'm targeting like bigger gains, but most trades, I mean, if I'm risking like SPX for example, if I'm risking like $4,000 or $5,000, right, and I'm making 30% yield on that in like a few minutes, I have no problem taking profits. If I get more out of it, awesome. But if I don't, I mean, the stop's going to be right there, and that's the majority of trades. Some of them hit huge, right? Sometimes you get those fucking runs, and you know your 5 SPX contracts turn into like 30 or 40 grand, but that doesn't happen every time, right? I'm not very confident in Tesla's earnings, but Microsoft's look pretty good. I think Microsoft will be fairly stable. I don't think they're gonna, if their margins pull back, I don't think it's gonna be a lot. ETF orders today cause some instability. Any chance those orders were canceled and they wait until tomorrow to resubmit the order? That's possible. And that is actually a Rex deferral reason. So if they submitted the order and it was canceled, that they can use that as a Rex deferral, but then they have to resubmit the order the next day and do it over again. So they'd have to do it every like morning for some time. It's unlikely that it would create like, you know, halts or like a market wide thing multiple days in a row, right? Possible to use stops on XSP effectively. Yeah. You have to use stop limits, and I don't know why why trade SXP? Like XSP is okay for swing trading, but you generally speaking, you don't want to trade. You don't want to use it for intraday trading ever. It's just not liquid enough, and the spreads are too wide. And to get out of like because of the wide spreads, you pretty much only want to use limits. So you could use a stop limit, but you probably have to set it pretty wide in order to get a fill and not just have it gapped over. I mean, I think at that point, like even like XPXS and XPXL for intraday trading are far more liquid if you want to still like retain that, you know, tax preference. Otherwise, trade SPY, right? Or just like futures at that point. Like I think even like micros and nanos are more liquid than XSP. Don't get me wrong, I wouldn't be caught dead trading micros or nanos, but I think they're more liquid than XSP. Would a technical failure be a legit excuse to cite and an ability to buy whatever to satisfy obligation due? I would assume yes. Yes, it is. A technical failure, especially like if it's market wide and announced by the exchange, would absolutely be a Rex code. The failure, the unable to satisfy obligation Rex code, which is what 7? I can't remember. It's uh, it's I'm not 7. Unable to buy in. So yeah, it's 073. And it's SEC 15C3-3. Or it's uh it might apply under reason code 21 as well. But for those, yeah, for those deferrals, those ones like any deferral where you claim to be unable to buy, you have to prove your inability to buy every day of the deferral period. I'm not sure if it would extend the T+5 settlement an extra day or not. I don't know. What would be the unable to satisfy block orders Rex code? Security and short supply. I think lawsuits likely to come out of a glitch like that. I mean, no, I think NYSE already said that people can claim um, compensation. So but none of the stocks we're watching weren't halted. I know. You have to admit another glitch tomorrow would be undeniably suspicious. I agree. Well, okay, so if we're in so we know the deferral period, right? And then presuming that all the ETFs rebalancing around that period, which are largely like iShares ETFs, um, from the 12th to the 18th, are, you know, buying in on T5, right? Then today would be what, T5 from the 14th? No, sorry. T5 from the 16th. 1, 2, uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 17th. So today would be T5 from the 17th. So it's possible that at market open, you know, orders from a large number of ETFs. This is super speculative, and I have no way to prove it, but it could be possible that orders from a large number of ETFs came in and caused, you know, halts on a, you know, what was it, 81 separate stocks. The ETF thing kind of would explain why it was largely oil stocks, right? It was like all the oil stocks halted. That was interesting. Like TDOC, which is one of the OPEC stocks, halted. What else halted? AMC halted. So, you know, they're all in different ETFs, but if we're having that same, if we're seeing that same effects, you know, in other parts of the market, and then we see something similar tomorrow at market open, it could be really interesting. Palantir, yeah, Palantir is another OPEC stock, but none of those are in the same like ETF baskets that like Upstart and GME are. Fubo, Fubo almost halted. It came really close. Fubo's in IWM and IWO. Those are big ones on Fubo. Neo and AT&T halted. Yeah. Another fucking sell-off. Jesus Christ. This volatility is just crazy. VIX is dropping on this? Okay, so it's starting to correlate. Hold on. Double top rejection off the long-term trend again here. So recovery, futures are probably gonna fall to like 40, back to 4010. This is like a sell-off on the long side of 4020. 4013, 4010. Which means oh no, SPX 4013, 4010. Futures back down to resistance at 4028. Futures might find support. So I mean this sell-off's kind of critical because we want to see if futures find support at 4030 or not. That's pretty key. If this acts as a support, that's a big deal. Is it possible to keep propping up the market with tech stocks? Not for long. But the halt's giving maybe like the ETF machine not getting enough liquidity and almost melting down. You spoke of this a few months back. Yeah, I mean, if there's not, if sufficient liquidity isn't brought in to continue propagating the cycle, and then no more liquidity can be extracted, and you end up with like a liquidity crunch, which would be uh, disastrous. I'm gonna watch the movie Contagion tonight to learn more. Perfect. Was this the bond auction that triggered the sell-off? Could be. What do we have today? A 52-week bill is up. A 2-year note moved up up to 4.373. Oh no, 2-year note moved down. Two-year note moved down. So did the 52-week note. I was reading it backwards. 2-year note moved down to 4.139 from 4.373. Yeah, it was an hour ago though. There's really nothing impactful right now. I mean this is likely just a sell off. Who's your favorite James Bond and what's your favorite Bond film? Sean Connery. Doctor No. Oh, maybe Goldfinger. One of the two. Yeah, OBV is super irrelevant for the most part. In a liquidity crunch, prices go up until they find liquidity, ignoring all of the smoothing that is built in with the MM and DMM. Well, the MM and DMM are forced to drive prices up to find liquidity also, right? They can't. MMs and DMMs need liquidity in order to do what they do. Ever since I've watched your stream, I've tried to find just one other source talking about calculating gamma maximum, and they don't exist until now. ChatGPT knows. It knows the secrets. Not really. I've asked it, and it wasn't right. Is it right now? I mean, it's supposed to improve, supposedly. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Hold on. There's no BlackRock emergency meeting. More, more that it even is aware of it. I have Googled, DuckDuckGo'd, every search engine I can think of. Nobody talks about gamma maximum, but the freaking AI does. There's like a shitload of documentation about gamma maximum. You're just not looking it up the right way. Well, if what happened this morning around 10 a.m. was it, happy with my gains, not far off from my stops at the moment. Out tomorrow, end of day regardless. Okay. Is BlackRock gonna rug everything? I don't think so. Do whatever you want. I don't care. Hold, sell. Oh. So tomorrow equal VUP song on loop? We'll see. Any interesting SPX positioning? No, it's roughly the same. So you're showing another deferral? No? And if the market, people asked if the market halt could create one, but potentially, but they would still have to they would just have to replace the order tomorrow morning. They'd have to replace it every day and provide proof that the order couldn't be filled, right? And GME and Upstart didn't halt at all, so Justice Department suing Google. That was like earlier today. That's old news. This extremely low volume is extraordinarily frustrating. Yes, it's very low. Any correlation with market halts on other OPEC states where runs were on Wednesday, Thursday? There were some halts in May at market open on Wednesday. I can't remember if Jimmy halted that day or not, though. I'll be sure to shame the poorers for drastically misinterpreting your opinion on the matter. Oh, go right ahead. They generally misinterpret most things. I had some volume yesterday. That was nice. It was. This might be shorts capitulating into banks selling equities. Rinse, repeat each hour. I think it's just repositioning. I think you're trying to go a little deep there. In 2021, squeeze began on FINRA short interest publication dates, and the date is tomorrow. There's been a massive cost to borrow in Bobby and AMC. What are your thoughts on this? I mean, that's the retail cost to borrow rate. I mean, it just means people are shorting it, right? If you could see one more thing deferring this OPEX again, what would it be? I don't. Is there some major news coming out tomorrow that's keeping the market from moving today? Microsoft earnings are tonight. That's a big deal. That's like the first really big company to report. I think 3M was this morning. That wasn't super great. I made 30% after fees, trading near the money SPX 0 GTA. Feels good being reasonable and having wins, even though absolute return was modest. Confidence builder in choosing the right direction and exits. Nice. There's always more deferrals in the banana stand. I see this high shorted stock CEOs like Torch saying that short interest could be moved to Europe and not reported. Any thoughts? I think they're just trying to like pump and dump their stock because they see an opportunity to do so, and their companies are worthless piles of shit. People getting bearish nearly time. People are always bearish, and people have been bearish all week. Rev about to break $1. Interesting. Do people not understand that 30% is not reasonable for 0DT? That's an amazing return. Yeah, I don't think people have any context on what like solid returns are. Which causes like greed to spiral out of control. People bearish for months. Yeah, it's reflected in the open interest. Crab mentality, the first result gives actual computer code to calculate gamma values. Only thing missing is for people to sell CCs now. Ooh. My first call 500%, so I thought that was normal. Turns out it isn't. No, it's not. How long do you hold upstart synthetic longs for Jan 2024? After it's like $5 in the money or a certain percent gain? I might close the CSPs and just leave the calls. I mean, they're leaps, right? So I don't need to close them right now. Clarification, reasonable in the sense that I did not devolve into my previous degen self and diamond hand fairy trail option strat numbers. That's usually a good idea. I have to constantly remind myself that scalping 10% 0DT's SPX returns is a money printing machine and compounded over time. Yep. My first option was 3,000%. That spoiled me big time and caused me to learn some hard lessons. Do you think the drop in SPX was to stop loss hunting and we continue up slowly from here? Was that a firm rejection? That was a pretty firm rejection, and I think mostly propagated by like a futures sell-off um on like that, just that like little tiny test of 40-40. Although 30-30 now acting as a support and we're kind of moving up off of it. So that's fairly bullish, I think. Prices are rising. VIX is stagnating a bit though. So uh maybe some more repositioning here, although I think that positioning is probably bullish. It's hard to say. Like there's definitely a fight for 40-30, right? And this is the first time that we've broke into the upside of it and it's acted as like a fairly, like we've established a support. So it can get a little grindy through this period, and then when that consolidation breaks we'll probably have a better idea of direction. It looks like it's leaning bullish right now. I would say I would have more confidence in the long side. This is a good time to remind your viewers that scared money doesn't make money. Yeah, but people also shouldn't risk what they can't afford to lose. So if you're up on an amount of money that you cannot afford to lose, you should, like, taking profits isn't bad, right? I mean, as someone who's diamond handed many a GME option, probably past the point where I should, some of those have paid off very, very well. Others have not, right? But I can afford to lose what I'm staking on that decision. Not everyone can do that. I just want to thank you again for your warning words when MMTLP was around $10. That's all. Thanks. No problem, man. Silly question, maybe. When you say your calls are up 20%, say, are you referring to them being green? Yeah. I'm referring to the premium of the contract being up 20%. Are you wearing matching velour pants and Crocs? I'm wearing sweatpants that are black, and I am shoeless. Don't you hate it when you get that Cranberry song stuck in your head? No, That doesn't happen to me. You may be overestimating people's ability to interpret what you say through the lens of risk management. Literally, it is frequently a case of do as I say, not as I do. Yeah, it's probably, I should probably just not put my positions on the screen. But I don't know how to get rid of that window. Cover it with pickles. You hang your shoes facing up at night? I don't hang my shoes. I don't have a shoe hanger. I mean, yeah, but like, I don't know. See, it's really concerning to me that people are like, no, leave it, don't move it, because I basically forget to manage my risk on this Webull account almost all the time. I almost never set stops on it. The fact that it's up over the last 2 years is shocking to me. Like I'm not even looking at this screen that you guys are looking at 90% of the time. I'm looking at like TradingView and IBKR. Most of the time I buy shit in like my Webull account. I'm like, oh look, there's money here. So the solution is to show us your IBKR screen instead? No. Then I'm really gonna get called to shill. But that's where all my fun data is. Like the price and the volume, the time and sales. You have your second and third monitors up. Does Webull take up a whole screen? No? It's behind like other windows. How short are you on GME? I'm not. Do you use level 2 often? No, not particularly. I mean, I keep an eye on it in case there's any like big block orders or something that are gonna like cap upside price action, but most shit's put through with conditional orders anyway, so watching the bid ask is pointless. It's been so lonely since you hid the account value of this degen port of yours. I didn't hide it. Where's the where's the account value? I need to stop trying to hit home runs and start being happy with singles and then reposition. Probably not a bad idea. Account value's never been there. Oh, okay. Used to be in the upper right hand corner? Huh. I don't know. Maybe a change with like an update or something. I really want to know how many thought that was your full port on screen. I don't know. I've shown people some of my other portfolios. Used to be listed at TAV in the top right corner. Mine has it and it's sad. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I'll see if it's like a setting or something. Upstart will hit $20 tomorrow. Please, can you? That'd be really cool. I'd like that a lot. When you're scalping futures, do you have an average amount of ticks you're looking for? No. Usually if I trade futures, I'm trading like trend reversals. Or I'm just like hedging something else. Like an SPX position I carried overnight or something like that. GME last 18 minutes of the day, micro YOLO into 23s. That sounds terrible, I think. But the more I think about it, the no. Well, there's no volume though. Does earnings affect the IV of SPX? Yeah, it can. It can like market volatility can definitely pick up, especially as we move into like next week where there's a lot of big earnings, like Apple and Amazon next week. What are your plans with your Feb calls for GME in regards to your new tinfoil theory? Oh, I'm gonna carry like my GME shit for a couple more days. Two more days, roughly. You think they're gonna do another aftermarket volumer? What do you mean? Are your book recommendations still up to date from your subreddit? Should be, yeah. A few of those books are like almost 100 years old, so they're not going out of style. I think he's talking about the casual 2 million volume candles and after hours. Oh, maybe. What does this week's price action for GME mean for Mega OPEX? So far, it means that it has neither occurred nor has it been dismissed. Schrodinger's OPEX. That's where we're at right now. Bar rate and price still up. Volume not there yet. Bar rate going up on Upstart. Interesting. So they're shorting this. Why? Huh. Mom and dad are headed into meditation today. I took the chat's advice and went long dad, short mom. Will you We'll let you know how it works out. Half of 22 million on the line. Okay. Yeah, keep me up to date. Shredding OPEX. Hubris tends towards desperation. Trying to shake paper hands? Maybe. I'm calling bear flag on SPX. It's in an uptrend. Quite a long one. The bear flag was back here. Oop. This is stabilization, and then this is an uptrend coming out of that stabilization. This is bullish. You know that, right? Don't try to predict the direction of the market on the 1 minute chart. Shorting upstart to get 1750p in the money. But they're not, right? They're not successfully getting it in the money. And at the risk of driving the borrow rate higher, that seems like just take the loss. Reposition, right? There's no such thing as pre-split volume. The split has already happened. The volume is just the volume. Anything bullish for price action? Well, the price is still up a lot. What new GME tinfoil? There's no tinfoil. I don't have any tinfoil. I'm just waiting on today, tomorrow, and Thursday. Same days I've been waiting on since last week. I wrote it in the daily DT yesterday. I was pretty specific with the time period I was looking at. That time period's not over. If you don't like how it looks, don't play it. Can we look at GME on the 5-year for the mega trends? Hold on. All right, SPX still going up. Let's see how futures are looking. Yeah, futures are recovering a little higher. So down a little bit today. I wonder how a turnaround into the end of the day is going to affect all this. Jimmy down 1.3, Upstart down 2. Mostly a red day across the market, but then we flip green here. What's pulling down so hard? Is NASDAQ just down a bunch? Yeah. NASDAQ's down like 20 BPS. Internalizing the ups of the market, selling on the downtrends. Upstart has had a brutal afternoon. It has. Halt into power hour. We'll see. Things could potentially turn around in power hour. I mean, a lot of everyone's reaction to Upstart and GME today is just polarized by the time frame they're looking at. Both of these look very good, right? Like, there's kind of no question about that. I'm not particularly worried about a 30 cent drop or a 20 cent drop. Upstart customer keeps rising. I feel like we're due for some fun. It's interesting that the cost of bar is rising, so it means they're likely a lot of the price action we're seeing is due to them actually shorting it. But that seems like a terrible fucking idea. The float is already sold like 38% short. I mean, how much? It's not a lot of room left. With the share buyback on the table, it's already risky. Like it's already way overcrowded. How could today end with that would make you feel confident for some nice price action tomorrow? I'd kind of like to see everything start to turn up into the end of the day as more like short capitulation occurs. I mean, we're already seeing some on like SPX as the index grinds higher, but very slowly, right? It's like a very slow realization of improvement, but it is improving. I think the longer term positioning is very bullish. Today's just got a lot of repositioning. It's been crazy volatile all day long. And we've had multiple like 50 BPS moves today. So I mean every time we test higher, we're gonna get more sell-offs. But as long as it keeps pushing up, right, and the buyers keep coming in, it looks pretty good. It looks great on the 4 hour. Yeah, it does. And that's kind of something I brought up before with, especially with Jamie. Um Hold on, let me pull this back out a little bit so I can show you guys. The periods leading into our previous OPEX runs were very similar, right? In how they began. We have these low point and a slow climb that picks up volatility into the end of the period, right? And we see that here in May, not to as extreme a degree, right? But the general trend is upwards over this period of time, right? Like price fell, but we still hit a higher low before moving up for OPEX, right? And then, you know, even March is also very similar in that regard. You know, March is kind of a very volatile but consistent climb up, right? With earnings creating the most volatility outside of the range that volume traded in, right? So I still think that like the trend, at least from a technical stance, looks very good, right? Like not only did we have like the bump and run, right, and then you know we reversed on a higher trend, you know, and now we're just consolidating a little bit. This still looks very good. Dole? What is Dole doing? Dole's down a tiny bit today. It's not doing anything. It's not supposed to. The issue is Ivy is crushing today though, but I guess that's because I'm looking intraday. Well, no, Ivy started crushing yesterday, actually. So you're not wrong, but that's due to a lack of volume, right? But all of these stocks are super illiquid, right? So IV can go from 0 to 100 really fast, or in this case, you know, 100 to like 150. This takes like 15 minutes. It doesn't take long for the IV to spike on these. You know, so you know everyone's always worried about IV crushing, like like it's a long drawn out thing. What you're worried about IV crushing when IV is up significantly. IV moving between, you know, 120 and 112 over the course of several days is not impressive, right? Like this isn't super relevant. Like volume was higher here, volume lower here, right? If volume picks up tomorrow, IV will move back up. VIX is dropping. But that's bullish for like active fund pressure, right? Are you bullish or bearish for tomorrow? Kind of a gamble to get calls or puts right now. I'm still pretty bullish. I mean, I have some like long dated puts on SPX, but uh the rest of my positioning is like call side. I have some 40/20 calls for this Friday. I have some 40/10s. I might pick up some 40/30s before close. I'm still pretty bullish. Why the suppression of Upstart? Well, they're shorting it, first of all. I mean, they covered a little bit in the middle of the day. They got some liquidity. And they're shorting it down. Probably trying to drive some of the options interest off of the chain, and then also maybe reposition their 1750 synthetic shorts, which went pretty far out of the money today. Or at least get them back in a range where they influence price action more. I heard about the theta hit on SPX Friday expiry. Not going into tomorrow. Yeah, not particularly. I'm like at the money. I'm sure it'll be fine. My 40/10s are in the money, but I was probably gonna like close those and open up some 40/30s and keep the 40/20s open. They're like 3 DTE. It's okay. Today's been pretty poopy. Yeah, that's kind of just. I mean, overall, it's flat, right? And we're butting right into that long term downtrend. You know, shorts are protective of it. But longs keep buying, right? Like we keep consolidating up into the downtrend. So, I mean, the pressure is definitely there. Yeah, it did really start off exciting and then got super boring. For those of us within the money, cat calls is a good idea to buy near the money weekly put overnight to hedge. Depends on the theta on the call, but you could. I'm probably just gonna take some profits. Yeah, I might just like take some profits and then leave a few runners. Cat killed it today. Costco killed it yesterday. Cat killed it today. Actually, Costco's almost right back where it was yesterday. So Costco consolidate. I mean, everything's kind of just consolidating today after the big move on Monday. Now Nasdaq's starting to pick up. And Nasdaq's pulling back some of its losses for the day now. It's looking pretty good too. The fact there's no economic data tomorrow makes it all very bullish. There's something tomorrow, isn't there? Like, there's a 5-year note at 1 o'clock. That's probably pretty important. But there's like, we have some like housing data tomorrow, I think. That could have some effect. I think it's the mortgage rate or something like that. 30-year mortgage rate. Probably not a lot. Do you think DFV plays OPEX? I have no idea. I'd imagine he just sells covered calls way out of the money and doesn't give a shit. I wish I had sold weekly GME yesterday and bought them back today for a profit. Yeah, I mean, it's very easy to make money off the market in hindsight. There's no larger pain than looking at Cat knowing I sold on the move from 159 to 180. I mean, you still made money, right? Are you just going to go back and look at every stock that ran that you didn't play and lament the fact that you could have made more? Or do you just look for more of those opportunities in the future and not live in the past so much? Are you adding March SPX puts at current levels? Feb is traditionally a bearish month. I have some, a little bit out of the money, but as the market rises, yeah, I plan to buy nearer the money puts. I'm still playing like my long positions very close. Like I'm not buying a lot of theta on them. I'm cutting them pretty quickly on profitability. I will be honest, I don't trust the upside of this. I think I definitely don't trust it to the degree that the majority of market participants seem to trust it. Why crypto is coming back up? I mean, it's pretty obvious that institutions are willing to take on a little more risk right now. I think the bullish trends are kind of visible everywhere. And crypto is part of that. All of that can turn on a dime, though. I was reading that the issue this morning was related to the pre-market books not being entered on the stocks that halted. Is it possible they found a way to subside the volume we've been expecting? I don't know. When was the last time we had a legit Jamie Power Hour? A couple weeks ago? I feel like the market is daring Powell to not pivot at this point. I mean, I feel like the market's kind of daring him to push his like the higher rate forward earlier in the year. Is Jimmy's borrow rate going up? Can they boof a defer packs? Like just internalize all of it? Not for long. Down 0.25. On Fidelity, bar rate dropped 1%. Interesting. The volume's crazy fucking low today. 1.72. Like you guys have been there for, you know, a number of no pexes. So far, this does not look like one, right? No, I'm not behind in chat. What's going on? Watch you on mute right now. Please have a response. What's the temperature in your apartment? I don't know, 70 degrees? 69? Something like that. If they boof the defer packs, roll to March to keep the pressure up or sell and reposition later. I don't think, I mean, define boof. What do you mean by boof? Like, I think if we don't see realization of liquidity here, things start to break. Like, that would not be good for them. Don't forget that all their long vol positions are in Fab. They don't have a lot of theta on that shit. They already rolled once. I've been here since November 2021, and this one might be the weirdest. Right? I mean, when NoPex is a NoPex, it's very fucking obvious very, very quickly, right? Like IV crashes, the price of the stock drops 20% a day. Yeah, Jimmy under 2 million volume. We're not on that side of this yet. Nothing is broken, man, and no 20 mega cap stocks didn't halt for no reason at market open either. I'm still pretty bullish. I mean, first off, with the deferral, like if we're expecting the obligations to be covered in the deferral period, like today would be like Monday. Yeah, today would be Monday of the OPEX deferral period. Because it's the 17th, and then tomorrow would be the T+5 from the 18th. So the comparison would be Monday to like a standard OPEX that runs on time. Well, actual Jan OPEX obligations aren't due till February. There's about 500 more calls. How many of them are your cover calls? I haven't sold any cover calls yet. I believe the halts this morning is no coincidence with your thesis of deferrals. There's no way to prove that, but it's very interesting. And if you know these positions are as widespread as we suspect them to be, then you know the resolution of all of them simultaneously would have or could have an effect like that. I mean, it's obviously like not something we can prove, right? So it's just bullshit. But it's very interesting that it happened in that time frame. Yeah, I answered the temperature of my apartment. I'm only 86% down on my rev position now. Fucking A, man. I have become exuberance. I can see that. You seem hyped as fuck. A lot of interesting shit has happened in the time frame. This is true. Cool. What was the answer? I already answered it. You want me to answer it twice? Play the song. Ah, fuck it. Why not?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
The timing is off. So's the New York Stock Exchanges. I have died many a time on OPEX. Jan shall be Easter going forward, as my port will have risen on Wednesday, the third day from OPEX. For it was spoken, and so it shall be. Also, we're also going to need a Cena sign today. We need all the help we can get. I don't know if we're going to need any help for Cenas. There's not a lot of FTDs, so Cenas hasn't been super relevant lately. For what reason could you see the Fed going with a 50 BPS hike as opposed to 25 BPS? They get out ahead of any supply crunch caused by China reopening. And it drops the equity markets hard, which is good. They don't want people getting overly speculative. Does it seem like people are going long on market calls at the top of the trend where they've been smashed time and time again? Yes. So I asked if they were going to give us extra stoppage time due to the halts. Well, it wasn't a market-wide halt. Has been extremely clear that the time frame for this run was Monday through Thursday, and there are 2 entire days left and haven't had volume yet. Chill confirmed. Thank you so much, JC. My rev position is actually up 45% overall, thanks to buying a ton of shares earlier this week and a bankrupt penny stock about to fuck me. Oh boy. Since Jimmy didn't halt at open, dare we say that it will halt into close? I dare not. Is it possible that deferrals could get an extension due to idiosyncratic risk? On if on stocks that were halted this morning, it's possible that they could make a claim that they were unable to buy the security. But that would only be valid until tomorrow at market open, when they would have to replace those orders and attempt it again. End of week price on Vupstar over under 2050. I mean, I hope it's over 2050. That's what I'd like to see. Yeah, still very bullish on BTU. But it's not like something I watch every day. I mean, it's like I own it and I'm waiting for it to go up. One more day, Kenny. I think Kenny at this point would prefer not to wait one more day. We get opening halts every day from now on. They get continuous deferrals. I mean, that'd be kind of cool, though. You can make a lot of money off that if that were the case. Ugh. Just so you know, Dad, my whole OPEX position is paid for with my 20% on my SPX gains from last week. I'm learning. Thanks, Doug. You got it, man. Congratulations. Maybe someone tried to cause a circuit breaker this morning. It seems unlikely. That's not actually Linuxus. Somebody forgot to tell the God algo which way the market is supposed to go today. If this market orders it open have to be redone tomorrow, won't the same thing happen, or will they stagger the orders? They could stagger them. The same thing potentially could happen, but it might not. Don't ruin my fun. Why? I might be super stacking here, so disregard if you think so. Maybe they want to delay covering by overloading the market like they did today. It's possible, but there's no way to prove that. And it's more likely if that's the case and that's correct, it's more likely that that would just be an effect of lots of ETFs buying simultaneously at market open. I would long vol players who have calls open in Feb want to take advantage of a deferral for one day. They're not the ones taking advantage of a deferral. They're not the ones getting a deferral. If you didn't pocket some cash on CSPs after a move from 1550 to 2250, it's time to reevaluate your decision making. Probably. I don't know why Turdferg is pretending to be Linuxus. Have we had super low volume days in between runs like this before? Yes. If you didn't pocket some cash, if we have super low volume days like this before, how would a halt create a delay of covering? It doesn't, right? It can. If the orders were canceled, right, by NYSE and they were going to rewind them, then yeah, it could. Because they could argue that, you know, they placed the order and it didn't fill. And then, you know, they would be able to place it again the next day. It's one of the, like, deferrals for the Rex codes. About some upstart Gen 19, 24, 30, and 100, but I'm more worried about the 100C because I think I need to average them down since I bought them 2 months ago. Do you think they could go green with a run? I mean, if IV goes up, yeah. Just plug them into an options calculator and see what you need IV to hit. You see the T next to his name? No, he changed it, but I know who he is. I've asked Chat GPT questions about Pickle Jar, and some of its answers imply it is aware of the cult. What a waste of fucking time. Okay, logging back in. We're done with OPEX, or wait till Thursdays? It goes through till Thursday. Girk, could I have tracked Jimmy Vanna to predict the IV rug pull that happened today? No. I mean, Vanna doesn't predict rug pulls and implied volatility. 1 sec, go play option strat until I know my calls will go green. Oh, yeah, there you go. Then who's taking advantage of deferrals? The person buying in, either the ETF or the forward counterparty. This is out of the short vol player's hands at this point. But Hazy told me Vana is a leading indicator. Hazy's up his own ass. Just getting here for the day. What's your take on what happened this morning? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what happened this morning, right? There were a lot of halts. Beyond that, I don't have any information on it, right? Wait, Hazy's a him? I mean, when he wants to be. I'm fatter than I'd like to be. What do? Eat less? Emergency exit is lying, and I've never said that to him. Is this... Are we gonna watch you guys have your first, like, fight in public? I'm so bullish right now. I've had 8 shots of espresso and a cup of coffee today. Praise be to VWAP. We closing above 22. Are we, though? You'll never get my lucky charms. I got timed out, which is weird because A, I'm a Ko-Fi mod, and B, I haven't trolled all day. Was it Carl? NYSE is reversing most trades from this AM. Yeah. Please call BlackRock, find out what the heck happened this morning. Do you have small teeth? No? I have normal sized teeth? He always tells me things that turn out wrong. He's blown up 2 ports of mine so far. I don't know why you would go to Hazy, of all people, for investment advice. Emergency Exit and Hazy are on Discord 24/7, and both aren't even members. Ban them. Well, Emergency Exit's currently timed out for a week, which has been fun. Hey, Gurg, I just got out of a meeting. Quick question: who's the sheep fucking value guy, and why do people saying he's Emergency Exit? And who's the Emergency Exit guy? Thanks. I don't know, man. Just randos on the Discord. Oh, it's Visceral's timing you out. It was Visceral. He's threatened my Ko-Fi powers. Yeah, apparently. He said he was sharing Pickles pics with me, but then he just sold me covered calls. I believe it. End of day SPX prediction. I mean, it kind of just looks like we're gonna sit here around 40-20. Casey said Vana was charming. Are you expecting a low volume prior to VUPS? Is the whole pressure building metaphor for low pressure legit? Or just SS baloney? So, like, the low volume thing can happen for a number of reasons. I will say there are times when low volume is far more bullish than other times. Sometimes low volume just means no one fucking cares. Today's low volume, kind of bullish. Generally speaking, usually not. This is so ridiculous. I can't believe you blew up emergency exits ports No wonder he's so salty all the time. Did he make you send him pictures of your feet first? Vega 161 to 200 with no price change. The options go pretty heavy green. IV and price range with 100% move. I go 10x. I'm no longer hesitant about these calls like when I bought them. Oh, Jesus. So you just maxed out the sliders? Thanks for your daily numerology report, Mike. Always, always nice to hear. If they get upstart below 1750 again, I'm quitting trading. I have no idea how they're able to do it. Well, I mean, the bar rate's going up, the price is dropping. I don't really think there's a big mystery there. Superman, should I buy GME calls expiring this Friday or longer dated calls? I mean, more theta is always better than less. I don't see bulletin. Check DM. You can please comment on how it relates to deferral theory. Just chatting about. Okay, January 24, 2023. Due to a system issue, NYSE did not conduct opening auctions in a subset of its listed securities. The system issue resulted in continuous trading of those securities commencing at 9:30 a.m. without an opening auction print. As a result, a number of core trading session trades occurred prior to the receipt of the limit up, limit down bands. These trades are eligible under NYSE Rule 7.1 C1B to be reviewed as clearly erroneous. The exchange has determined at its own motion that any trades listed in the symbol do not conduct an opening auction. One occurred after 9:30, but before the receipt of the Luddle bands, generally less than a second later. And two, executed at a price further from the reference price defined by NYSE Rule 710D than the percentage parameters, which are defined in Appendix A to the Luddle plan, will be declared null and void. For each impacted symbol, the attached spreadsheet identifies the time exchange receives Luddle bands, the price range above which or below executions will be busted. In addition, for the securities to not conduct an opening auction, enter the Luddle pause before 9:30:45. The exchange is evaluating marking the trades as aberrant, price variation, sale condition H on the consolidated tape. This action will eliminate those executions from the calculations of the day's higher low price. The consolidated tape adjustments will be processed after close. Ooh. Well, that's kind of fun. I mean, it doesn't add much more than what we knew. Although the adjustments being made after close is interesting. Um, the lack of an opening auction means that it's possible that dark pool orders that were placed to be part of the opening auction were realized at market open instead of over the course of the day as the dark pools settled. Um, so that's interesting. So basically, they let the open auction hit the tape before the tape was ready. Bullish. Well, huh. It was a big fucking opening auction they let hit the tape by accident. Fidelity just asked if I wanted to do a paid lending program. I checked it out. They said they'll give me 10% interest to borrow my GME, 12% to borrow my Upstart. Interesting or no? I mean, it's not bad. You won't be able to sell covered calls on it though. At least not with Fidelity. With IBKR, you can, but you have to apply for a specific like account allowance. So I should take profits on my covered calls. So what mean? Just more interesting shit, right? Probably forgot to send you the memo, but I'm the Ko-Fi mod now. Hard to do my job when I'm timed out. Actually, well, I suppose. What does that potentially mean through considering we didn't see Upstart or GME halted? It could still mean that a number of opening bids. First off, today's price action and today's opening auction that hit the tape erroneously does not necessarily have to be part of what we're expecting on GME and Upstart, right? That could still be tomorrow or the next day. Today is technically the final day of settlement for obligations deferred to the 16th. So if we're gonna consider it in that time frame, then this may not have anything to do with them, but it may have something to do with other ETFs buying in on that deferral period, right? Everyone, you need to not look at these short vol positions like GME or Upstart or Fubo or Bobby are special. They're not. They do this on thousands of different assets all over the market. And since most equity ownership is in ETFs, if ETFs are all deferring their buy-ins to the same date and they all occur at once, right? I think if you go through that list of halted stocks from this morning, you will find that there are sector concentrations that would indicate ETF buying. Like all the oil stocks halted, right? That's not a coincidence. Jimmy's doing a little thing there. Poked its nose out above VWAP. It's tasting the air. Exuberance? Fuck. And then, if that is right, and 300 stocks halted on the NYSE because of our assumptions about liquidity provisions in ETFs, the likelihood for this all to become a contagion that blows up the markets at some point is significantly higher than we once thought. Which is frightening a little bit. Literally drag the window and it becomes its own pop-out window. Ooh, for the WeBull position stub, so I can just get rid of it? Interesting. I was just gonna make my head gigantic. Like this. And then just move it over here. Don't do that, it's illegal. Click the setting hamburger on the top right of the position box. Choose minimize. Wait, where the fuck did it go? How do I get it back, Atomic? Don't leave. At the top, blue circle. Oh shit. Alright. Oh, that'll be fun. I'm gonna have fun with that. You won't pay a cent over MSRP, but you won't manage that account. Oh, cool. They're gonna. What is? What a stupid text message. What the fuck? I never want to buy a car again. Read it aloud. Hey man, I'm gonna send you some pictures later of the car you just bought. Smiley face. Back out of the sale now. What's up, Jork? I'm smug. I'm smug too, man. Can we get an indicator for our smugness? And show people how it's actually moassing? Are you sure you bought a car? Yeah, yeah. I did my due diligence. Literally. Not like Reddit due diligence. I did, but why would you text me? Why would you text me and say I'm going to send you pictures? Why not just send me the picture later? Every step of this process has been plagued with irritation. I just want you to let you know that I took my own advice and micro YOLO'd into Jamie $23 weeklies. You should have joined me. It ain't 14 million, but 140 coming down the pipes. Well, $140 isn't half bad. As long as it's got a lift kit. Yeah, Jamie suddenly very green on the day. Gherk customer service. He needs that engagement. Respond, new phone, who dis? Did you buy your car from the Charlie Vids guy? I hope not. No, it's not a Mazda. Halliburton earnings exceed expectations and 33% increase to their dividend. Good sign for CVX earnings Friday. Could be. Better sign for my Halliburton position. Hey, that was 30 cents. All right. Nope. That was more. That was 50 cents. That was intense. Imagine if Jimmy or Upstart rip without the other, and we're allowed to put gains into the other one. That can't happen. That never happens. Did you offer to buy the car with ADA just to make Gaff's day? No. She doesn't know yet. Jen. All right, guys, time to pack it up. Great OPEX. See you in March. Feb. Maybe March, if Feb's deferred. Jimmy tries to go up and gets smacked right back down. Get out of town. Well, it didn't. It did go up, and then it got smacked down. Also, the market's dropping pretty hard right now. What are your thoughts on QuantumScape? I don't have any. You didn't play the VUP song, and now we're not OPEXing. That's not how that works, Fast Banana. No, it's not NoPEX. Ugh, Jesus, I'm not going anywhere near the Discord tonight. Is GME's volume so low? Possibly because the auction's not working this morning. If they process it all after hours, we could shoot up to the moon. Maybe. There were no block orders on GME today, which was people found curious. Hey man, I want to ask you a GME OPEX question later. Keep it to yourself. I bet we have a thick veiny green candle on closing candle. Okay. But having it run after hours will create too much FOMO. It does create a lot. Those people usually get burned in the morning, though. Why didn't you predict that there wouldn't be any block orders on GME today? It wasn't something I think I needed to predict. Can you exercise calls after hours? Yes. Does this mean we're going to rip in after hours once the orders hit the tape? I don't know. It could mean that. It could also not mean that. Hey guy, I'd like to keep it to myself, but I'm literally a chat GPT bot like all your other viewers. I must abide by my programming. I understand. When they run it after hours, does this also spike IV aggressively in a more controlled environment for the long parties? For the long vol parties? Yes. It definitely spikes IV a lot into market open, but that IV can get crushed out really fast too. Got any dinner plans? I kind of want to have ramen tonight, but I don't know where to get it. From everything I read in the financial press and FinTwit and YouTube, I get the feeling institutions are trying to prop up the market to get good prices when they dump their equities. Yeah, I mean, if they wanted to do that, they could just recall all their shares, right? Will you stream a minimum of 2 hours in the after hours? No. No, not raw men, ramen. I think I'm gonna go with miso. So I don't want to go out and eat because everyone in the city is sick. Like everywhere I've been in the last 3 days, everyone is sick. Like everyone's coughing. It's disgusting. And the ramen place I go to is pretty small. So then I'm going to be in a confined room with 30 people who all have like the flu and RSV and COVID. If you let me out of the freezer, I can take over for a bit. No. The lockdown remains in effect. We can't become too friendly with the pores. I would pay for my membership to tell you to stream in after hours. You know what I found out? And definitively, a few people had mentioned this before, but if you have free Cornichon, it's like a coupon for better memberships. Is there an Ikurin ramen in New York City? That's like the most antisocial ramen shop. I don't know. Ichiran? I don't think so. I don't want to get it to go though, because then I have to heat it up at home, and it's like hard to heat up miso because if it gets too hot, it tastes weird. Membership arbitrage? Can I get a free Cornichon? What do I need to do to be put in the corner so I can see Pickles pics? That's Dillionaire. Why is Fubo looking like the seafloor dropping off the continental shelf? Because it's going down into close. But mostly just tracking the market, right? Maybe this is just them like blowing off some of the internalization for the day. They saw an opportunity with the downtick in SPX. This is WeBull right here. Logic Dustbin, thank you so much, man. How you been, dude? Guys, welcome to Cornichon. Give Dustbin a shout out for hooking you up. Thanks, guys. SPX 4100 end of day. 4000 end of day. Corbin Hamlin, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you out of the country club after the stream, dude. That's a different Carl. That's not the same Carl. That's Carl too. Fake Carl. Yeah. Well, he's also a Carl, so he's not a fake Carl, but he's imitation Carl. Much higher T. OPEX isn't over. Or at least what we're looking at isn't over. It goes through Thursday. Honestly, the worst part about these days, what? I know what it's like having imitators. Yeah, there's another JC. Except his name is capital, so it's bigger and more important. I don't know about you guys, but my port is still green on the day because of 0DT SPX gains this morning. Pi-Fi. Nice, Willem. Congratulations, man. Yeah, SPX is pretty good today. I made some money on it. There'll never be another king of the Dans. Probably true. I didn't feel SPX today, so my port is just melting. Oh, okay. Well, that sucks. What happens to everyone who had stop set for this AM and got stopped out on those crazy halts? Did they get any satisfaction? Probably, yeah. I mean, call options were pretty nice this morning. Lawrence of Olivia, fuck whichever mod timed me out for calling COVID the China virus. I flew back from Amsterdam this weekend, first class. 75% of the people going through customs were Chinese. The virus which originated in China is here, and I hope that mod stubs their toe. Oh, like is that the new variant that everyone's been going on about? It's a little racist. It was just a virus. It doesn't have a race. I guess you're defining it by its origin point. Viruses are not living organisms. They're like aliens. They're not a carbon-based life form. No comment on Loa using first class like Stefan uses hardcover. I mean, I didn't even notice that. Same labeling as Spanish flu. It has to do with origin. I suppose, but in this climate, maybe not the best choice. Maybe a little insensitive. And that's coming from someone who's generally pretty insensitive. Viruses were distributed by the Gorgons on Sol 42069 as a means to prevent population overgrowth. Okay. Seems reasonable. Did you go over what the random GME bump was? Not really. Cenas? Maybe, yeah. Went on a little long, though. Probably just blowing off some internalization. Spanish flu started a pig farm in America. That sounds about right. Bird flu is probably a more accurate representation of the COVID variants. Didn't it come from like a pangolin? Gorgons? Wasn't from the Toy Soldier movie? Yes. Huh, I remember that movie too. Huh. You think Ryan Cohen will go full port into Upstart anytime soon? No. He's busy trying to tell Jack Ma what to do with this company. Actually, the Spanish flu started with emergency exits great-great-granduncle fucked a sheep and emigrated to a pig farm in America. I don't want dry ramen. I want the broth. G square. Dry ramen? What is that, like yakisoba? It's not Jack Ma's anymore. He's now locked in Xi Jinping's basement in a concentration camp filled with only CEOs of large Chinese companies. They like weekend at Bernie's him every once in a while. Parade him around in front of some cameras. He looks like more emaciated every time though. Do you think he'll be the first cool billionaire? No. I won't be cool at all. Well, Jack Ma's tits, we're halting into close, boys. I don't think so. Dry ramen, same like cup of noodles, but with no water. Isn't this looking more and more like May? No comment. Are you gonna stream Microsoft earnings? No. So tempted to do 0 DT SPX 4010. No, won't press buy button. Your temptation was justified. Wait, hold on. We're gonna have fun on the end of today, if nothing else. Jesus fucking Christ, run, little SPX, run. Hold on, he says stop. Oh, alright. I paid for dinner. This feels like cheating. No, I'm not doing it again. That was fucking stupid. You guys ever made $70 in 23 seconds? Good shit. The Dans have. That's true, yeah. But that's got to be close to the record, right? Like, what's the fastest hand job you've ever given? Do it again and you can afford 5 guys. I once made someone nut just by looking at them back when I had tea. You were a force to be reckoned with back then, Carl. Oreo announced the most stuffed Oreo cookie? Crash inbound. That sounds bullish as fuck. I got the fastest hands this side of the Mississippi. All right, Doc Popcorn Trader. Don't mind me. I'm just buying weeklies to hold overnight. Damn, I wish I didn't get stopped out of that. I would have been like fucking $1,000. This is what makes the stream so great. Girk still being happy making $70 on an SPX tick. Also happy crushing 200k SPX swings. Yeah. It's all about winning the game, right? It's not about how much you make. The money just happens. You don't have to worry about that part. If you just have to you just want to win all the time. And then you'll look and you'll be like, "Oh shit, look at all this money." Is there a way to easily backtest if you were to straddle SPX with 12 minutes left before closing bell? How successful it would be to be profitable if closing out one side for 100% gains? I mean, you could test it. You do realize that that's, well, I guess it's not break even, but it's kind of shitty. You need like backtesting software. I'm 10 out of 10 on my sub $100 trades. I'm 0 out of 10 on my plus 10k trades. Interesting. OPEX on Thursday too? Yeah, this one's a long one. We get all kinds of extra days this time to inject ourselves with hopium overnight. Don't talk about races negatively. Unless you're talking about white people, you'll trigger Girk's liberal tendencies. I don't have any liberal tendencies. You shouldn't be racist towards anybody. It doesn't matter what color they are. It's like, oh, this guy who sits in his apartment and hoards all his money and sells the poorest covered calls. Huge liberal. Don't try to label me. Yeah, why don't we have 1,000 likes? Get the fuck in there and hit the like button. Yeah, come and take my guns with your soft liberal hands. Holding overnight again. Going to drink bourbon and feed my hopium tonight. Nice. No, racism's bad. US is sending tanks and telling Germany to do the same. Calls on LMT? LMT, who makes the tanks? What's the company? GE? GM? Does GM make the tanks? Someone's got to be making them. General Dynamics? I don't know. Rhines Metal? Those are German tanks, right? Who makes the M1, like, Abrams? General Dynamics Land Systems? Yeah, that's enough words for a defense manufacturer. Cat definitely makes some military equipment. Ding ding. The day is done. That's not a Chrysler in it. Well, today was flat. I mean, I've got nothing to say about today. It opened weird. There were some halts. Maybe a lot of ETFs had to come to the market and buy a lot of stock all at once, and NYSE fucked up the opening auction, and all of those trades hit the tape when they weren't supposed to. Maybe that didn't happen. Either way, 2 more days of OPEX, and I'm excited. I hope you guys are too. Price is not down a lot, so within a bearable range where you don't feel like you're losing, but you think you might. The perfect crime. OPEX. Maybe. Anyway, tomorrow is another day, and we'll see what happens with Microsoft overnight. It doesn't look like they've shit the bed yet. There seems to be a lot of volatility here. So I'm mostly happy with what I'm seeing right now, but I don't think this is based on any actual data. Microsoft's a big company. They're worth $1.8 trillion. You know, when people are like, oh my God, Bitcoin's pumping, is this going to pump the market? Bitcoin is worth like 1/9 of what Microsoft is worth. 1/6. So Microsoft greater than Bitcoin. Actually, probably larger than all crypto. Does check out. Ooh, GME's got a little after hours candle. Look at that. Is Microsoft gonna buy GameStop? Of course QQQ likes Microsoft news. I'm looking at Microsoft. It's literally on the screen. It's doing ups. It's doing ups, and then, you know, they'll announce things, and then it'll do maybe less ups. GameSoft. Ah, I wish. 50 bucks a share? Cohen would be fucking out like that. I'll tell you right now. Cohen would be out and Matt Furlong would be sitting there with his bags. Like, what the fuck, man? But in Australian. All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Have a great night. And I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's not
Where
mine.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
you, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.
Sit, Krian. Sit. Good dog.
Hydrate.
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Freg.